Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some more Rocket League for you, and it should be a good one. And I can hear myself because I did not mute stream. That's fine. It happens. I'm still Stewie on your screen, and Quick is still to my right. And this is still MNCS Season 7, and this is still Rising Star. And should be a good one. I'm not going to ask Quick how he's doing because I don't care. What I care about is Rocket League. And no, I'm going to ask you how you're doing, Quick. How are you doing? Your team's playing tonight. I suppose you're looking forward to that.
I'm pretty stoked. We've got a crazy good night of Rocket League ahead of us. Even though none of these teams are facing LAN elimination, I definitely think that we're going to have some high-octane games as we see these guys jockey for seeding here.
Yes, it should be a blast. But of course, if you missed last week, you don't know what the groups are, and you don't know what happened. So we should probably show that on screen for you, Mr. Wolf on the back end doing everything. It's finally on your screen, but this is where we ended up. The teams that made it out, obviously, you have to be top 2 in your group. That's how it went. And Flyers, Inferno made it out. Barons, Lumberjacks, Rhythm Senators, Miracles, and Rangers, and the teams in red obviously didn't make it out. Quick. Any really surprises to you? I think this was all the bottom 9 through 12 teams.
Yep.
So,
yeah, no, this is exactly what had drawn it up. I think this is the only league that didn't have any sort of real upsets as far as seeding going into the second major. So.
I think that that pretty much confirmed play-ins. So the teams that you see on your screen now that are in red are completely out for the season and don't even get a chance at play-ins. But that led us into the actual bracket itself. If we could show that is on screen now. It's the matches highlighted in pink on your screen are the ones we're going to be streaming tonight. And off stream on the second channel, Barons Inferno taking on each other. So if you want to look at that, MNCS Esports will have that. But it should be fairly interesting. I'm really looking forward to this first match. It's the 3 versus the 4 seed right now. It's what they picked. I put out a poll in Rising Star chat, in their league chat in the Discord, and this is the match they voted on, and this is the one that they wanted. And all best of 7s, for a championship bracket, all leading up to that Major 2 Grand Final, and all the points that you can get. Of course, the illustrious 25 points at the top. But Quick, I'm looking forward to
this is gonna be an electric night. I mean, this is gonna be huge. Starting off here tonight, I mean, Rochester's coming in with not a new squad for them, but a new squad. So Ryu getting picked back up by Rochester, I believe is how that worked out. GB sticking around, he's been around this whole time, and Baka, a new acquisition, somebody who had started out on Duluth Challenger, actually getting dropped and picked up and moving on to this squad. So definitely curious how they're going to play. Looking at the other side of this matchup with the Rangers, I mean, the Boosty Boys, you know them, you love them. It's been the same squad this whole entire season, but I definitely feel like I've the last couple times I've watched them live here that they've left me wanting more out of their gameplay, and like they haven't been shutting down matches like you would expect a team 9-2 would be doing. So
they got, and sorry to cut you off, they got beat last week. They got upset.
No, it was rough
against the Miracles, and the Miracles, because they beat them, were able to take that first seed in that group.
Miracles came out swinging. That was a very strong.
They look like a different team. They're bringing in a different player for that exact reason. They wanted a different look out of their gameplay. They definitely got it, and it'll be interesting to see how they do on their night. But this is going to be a good one, friends. I'm looking forward to it. The 3 versus the 4, and I mean, pretty much winner of this solidifies their spot in having a chance at even making land. But you're looking at top 3 through 4th, and if you look at the points allocation, that is the most important thing here. First through pretty much 3rd is absolutely huge. Right now, all these teams sitting in the 5th through 8th spot because quarterfinals is 5th through 8th. If you bow out here quick, you're getting 10 points no matter what, but any team below that only getting 5. So it didn't really make much sense.
No.
But honestly, it didn't make much of a difference is what I meant to say. the 9 through 12 obviously already out of the tournament, and for these teams, the winner of this getting third through fourth at least, and that completely changes those scenarios quick that we've looked at that are absolutely huge. You want to make sure that you're checking all the boxes to make land, and this is one that both of these teams need to check this box literally right now, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, no kidding. The teams tonight, maybe not quite as hungry as the teams that we'll see as we move on throughout the weekend here, just because all of these guys have qualified for play-ins. We only have 4 potential teams that are fighting for that land spot to be able to auto qualify. So that is half the teams that we're going to see here. Some pretty big games, and this first one is a huge one with it being between the 3rd and 4th seed. Those are, the back 2 teams looking to try to jump and get that chance to auto qual and skip our play-ins, which we've got a week by next week, and then the week after that is going to be that tournament. And while maybe these teams are maybe feeling kind of comfy because they've at least qualified out of the regular season at this point, looking at their future heading into the postseason, it's not a super comfortable situation for any of these guys. So definitely looking, we're going to have to see some of the carries on these rosters really stepping up and making sure that their team is getting these easy wins. I mean, there's not going to be any ties and any tiebreakers for this tournament. This is just a straight best of 7s all the way through, and the best team at the end is ultimately going to be the team that wins it.
I like how you said that the best team that ultimately at the end is going to win it. That's 100% correct. The team that is putting in the time between last week and now, the team that is grinding as much as they possibly can to make sure that they are in tip-top shape, as far as chemistry wise, is going to win the tournament. And we could see a repeat champion in the Bemidji Lumberjacks. We saw them, of course, win Major 1, and they had a form there that was very good. They were hitting shots on
It is
Q.
a different squad now, though.
Is it?
So I believe they
didn't look at their roster submission.
I want to say it was Forza or 40 couldn't make land, and so they made a change between one of those 2 players. But I mean, they played super well throughout the regular season. They ultimately went second in their group stages, beating the team that went 0-2. So
they have their full roster tonight, at least. I see that.
It is the full roster, but I do believe that it is a new roster coming out of the second trade window, which
I don't think it is. I don't know if they ever made a change.
I could have swore that they had.
I don't think they did. I mean, I'm going to look through the transactions real quick, but
Forza 40 Ari. No, you're right. I think that says the same.
That's the team that they won the major with. Yeah.
I thought they had to make a change. Maybe not. Well, if that's the case,
they changed their prospect team. They did bring in Blake Stir, another prospect,
which that's a pretty huge move. And
I think he played. A couple matches. I don't remember.
I think we're ready here, Stewie. Do we get the boys in the lobby yet?
I think it's just.
Oh, you're right. We've just got one team.
I think it's just Rochester we're waiting out for.
Boosie Boys can tell time. That's going to be a pretty big advantage for them going into this series. I think that being able to read the clock will be pretty big for them. Unfortunate that their opponents, the Rhythm, maybe Dicey, needs to get a digital clock switch from the analog.
Possibly. No idea, but I always
DTN is playing up tonight. Oh no. Well, not oh no, but Tizzy, a huge powerhouse for the Flyers Rising Star squad. I mean, he is so massive on that. I guess they have pretty big players in Rainy Nut and Schlankers as well, but that's a big
I want to say that changes their match completely. I do. CTN's a very capable player, played in Rising Star last season for the entirety of it. I believe was he in Rising Star in season 5? I don't
know about the
probably
season
the answer
here, I know last season he was.
Yeah, okay. So he has experience playing in player. higher level lobbies quick. So just waiting on Rochester to get in the lobby. They're restarting their internet real quick. But it's we set out a block an hour for this specific reason. It happens. I've had to restart my internet plenty of times. Yeah, came from a small town, of course, so I know exactly what it's like. But yeah, I think they just got in here, so we're gonna see what happens in this match. But best of 7, not best of 5, friends. That means we're gonna see at least 4 games, no matter what, and maybe we'll get to a 5th. I have no idea. Quick, any predictions for this series? I'm gonna go. Man, I'm gonna go with the Rhythm in 5. I feel like they are going to come out and dominate this series.
Yeah, my brain is telling me Rhythm as well. I think if the Rangers can come out swinging, there's a chance that they can lock it down quick. But I think if Rhythm are able to keep pace, that they'll be able to overtake them in the long haul here. But definitely game number 1 is going to kind of be a telltale sign. Whichever team is warmed up here, I think will be able to carry the series. With it being a best of 7, that is just so much more endurance that these teams have to be prepared for. So I don't know, but I would also give the edge to the Rochester. But Rangers coming out, getting a shot there from T-Jack. Opportunity to start it off here. Bakat trying to get some space out of the midfield. He'll leave it out to GB. GB looks to grab control in the corner. He tries to put that one on net, not quite able to. Leaves it down for Ryu. Sunny saves. Going to get a free clear out on this. And first 30 seconds gone. Definitely feels like both teams are trying to feel this out. Nobody really jumping on any balls here, trying to get ahead of the opponent immediately with an aggressive play.
We're going to see a lot of backboard touches from both of these teams. They're going to abuse it and try and basically beat that backboard defense. It's important for all 6 players on this field to make sure they're utilizing the backboard on defense and going up it, and it will help them a ton. But for right now, nobody's scoring any goals just yet. Maybe a couple misses will come out. Mistakes, sure, plentiful down here in Rising Star, and both teams looking to exploit that, I hope. A great pass from Baka to GB, but the shot not going to be quite on target. They looked for it, but the idea was there. The execution just wasn't up to par, and Rochester can't get on the board first. Maybe they can turn it around on this counterattack.
Yeah, plenty of time here. Only a minute and a half gone here in game number 1. But definitely looking to see Baka step up a little bit on the Rochester side. Somebody who came from Challenger, maybe didn't have the best record, but he got wins playing alongside TKD and Pixel Skies. So kind of looking for him to step up on this side. Now, Ryu, somebody who kind of off and on throughout this season, but always a solid player. And we've talked about in the past, the guy has the most games played in MNCS, the most wins as well, I believe, barely beating out Dicey. But with this being a new roster, I'm curious how much that's going to affect them as Sunny tries to put this one on, looking for the opportunity coming out from the Rangers. I believe this is also the only Rangers squad that is around right now. Yeah, I believe that this is the only Rangers squad that is alive in the postseason at this point. So these guys may be feeling a little bit more pressure than other teams with, a mistake. Almost got on that one, almost got it cleared off the left post, but unfortunate touch there is going to lead to an own goal from the Rangers.
It's going to be one that they're going to want back. Of course, Rochester going to get the first one on the board, and that's a good opening statement with about half the game left. You've got a 1-goal lead for Rochester. Hibbing not on the board just yet, but there's still plenty of Rocket League left to be played. But I'm still anticipating an onslaught from Hibbing to come out that Rochester's not going to be able to deal with. But for now, the defense holding. They catch him on an overcommit, but the ball just doesn't bounce right. And Hibbing can't. We'll think they're lucky stars because they didn't get scored on that counterattack. They went all in, pretty much threw their cards on the table and didn't come out with a goal. And Rochester somehow didn't score on that counterattack.
Yeah, definitely feel like both teams are maybe a little nervous given what's on the line here for both of them. Not a lot of shots on either side of the field at this point. And with there only being a minute and a half left and Rochester's up, the Rangers are going to have to figure something out here in order to keep them in game number 1. I mean, they're really just kind of getting beat up whichever side of the field that they're on. Rochester, some great defense coming out to stop that push. T-Jack is going to try to open up an opportunity for the Rangers here, but it's going to get cut off by Rochester. A bump almost opens up enough space. Baka going to read this one over on the wall. Gets cut off by Ryu. Ball is going to get pushed out by the Rangers, and they're going to find themselves in the offense. Here's an opportunity. Sunny with the pass to Jobro, just put off by GB. What a massive save. With only a minute left here, a tying goal is very scary for Rochester.
And where is the answer from the Boosty boys? They're quiet to start this series. They haven't really found the physical play that they're known for. And I'm still waiting for them to break through the ice, but
there we go.
Ryu, and Ryu's going to make it a 2-goal lead and put the padding on the cushion for the first game.
Yeah, these are some really smart players on the side of the Rhythm. Ryu, GB, and Baka, all guys who have a lot of experience at higher level play than this Rising Star. So I kind of anticipate that game knowledge to be the separating factor for them here. I have to imagine that, you know, both these teams definitely have the mechanics to get it done, but the positioning and the situational awareness, I think, might be what separates Rochester in this game. But with only under 30 seconds left to go in game number 1, they're up by 2. I think they're feeling pretty good, and that they're going to be feeling even better heading into game number 2.
So far, Hibbing hasn't struck just yet. It's been T-Jack all season. Sonny, the dunk on the goal line. Won't get any credit for the goal, though, as it doesn't find its way to the back of the net. Now 4 seconds. What can they find left is Ryu's last back. T-Jack going to keep it up with 0, but Rochester is a 1-0 lead in the series. As soon as the ball hits the ground, they don't want to knock it down. It's going to bounce still, hit the ramp, but Rochester, a concerted effort in the first game. Hibbing still yet to find their footing in the series. They were quiet, and you can't expect to win a series if you're getting shut out in the first game.
Yeah, if I were Rochester, I would have gotten that ball down a little bit quicker. Tried to keep the other team from getting warmed up there. They just gave them some free play time, let them figure out how to touch the ball. But game number 1 going by way of the Rhythm, 2-0. Now, looking at the stat lines from both of these teams, 6 shots from the Rangers and only 3 shots from the Rhythm, but 6 saves on side of the Rhythm. So, just looking at that, I think that tells what the match was exactly. Rangers maybe getting some, they're getting the shots on net, obviously, but that defense from the Rhythm is just crazy. The rotations that they're having in their own half is more than enough to shut down the Rangers, and they can carry that into game number 2. They'll be sitting pretty.
I picked the Rhythm to win in 5 because I thought that the Rhythm had finally found their form. This is a team, like Quick was saying, was formed of former challenger players that have moved down a league, and I think that this is their calling. This is what they were meant to do, is win Rising Star, and this is what Dicey wants them to do. And I'm pretty sure is it 3 times in a row that his team has won Rising Star? It might be 2. I don't remember. He corrected me on it, but I can't remember. It was such a far back casting notes that I put together that he corrected me and changed it. But his team has won Rising Star a lot, and he's looking to do the same in the second major. If they can win this series, especially going to that semifinal, they're going to have to play the 1 or the 2, and say the 1 gets the upset without their star player. I mean, it's pretty
rough spot.
Yeah.
Quick start from the Rangers, scoring only 3 seconds in to get up by 1. Pretty big for them, especially going into this kickoff. Finally have a little bit of momentum on their side for the first time in this series, but only game number 2, and with this being a best of 7, this is going to be a war of attrition. So as long as the Rangers can hold this, shut it down, take it a game at a time, that 1-game loss really is not too big of a deal. That mental strain is definitely going to be what we're going to be looking for from these players here. I kind of expect that to start deteriorating as we move further along this series. But great start from the Rangers. Really what I was kind of expecting last game. Thought it would be a little bit tighter, but Sonny starting off quick and striking there. Sonny really been the player that has rounded this squad out. He's impressed me quite a bit this season, cleaning up for the Rangers. T-Jack and Jobro, both people who are fairly mechanical as far as it goes down here in Rising Star. But really love what I've seen from him. Gonna definitely be expecting him to get at least 1 more in this game here if they're gonna want to hang in.
I'm liking what I'm seeing specifically from GB. Has been very active on the field, getting follow-up touches on his plays. Baka especially as well has been dangerous and hard to deal with. Hibbing's having a tough time dealing with Baka and GB on the front line. They're causing so many problems. Hibbing forced to release a lot of boost in their half, and it's the reason why they haven't really found any counterattack. And this has been the play so far. Rochester finding each other, bar down. They get the dunk through, and GB gets on the board and evens us up.
Man, what a pass from Baka there. Great read and situational read. Awareness, seeing his teammate over there. And the dunk from GV to seal that one. Absolutely massive. This Rochester squad showing that they don't only have mechanical ability, they also have the team play ability at this point. I mean, even with this being a new squad, that was something we started to see at the end of the regular season, was teams that had stuck around together were generally performing better than teams that were making trades. But T-Jack going to get ahead and show why teams that stick around might be just a little bit better. Yeah, but teams that coming out of the regular season, the guys who stuck around together generally had better performances than the team that were making trades during the trade window. So huge for the Rangers, striking quick and getting back ahead in game number 2.
Baka now has the ball on the side wall, gets by one. Now going to drop down and go for a bump. GB's there for the drop down. They get the bump. Is Ryu there for the follow-up? He is. Sunny, though, comes from the spawn and makes the save all the way across the front side of the net. And Hibbing going to hold the lead and the line. Unbelievable defense from the Boosty boys. They put it together. And that passing play quick was a thing of absolute beauty. Now Baka, did he get by them all? He did, and the demo comes in from Ryu.
Soft lobby touch here coming out from Baka. Looking for the dunk on Sunny, but Sunny just barely off. That one's going to go in. Tying this one up as we approach the halfway point. This is exactly what I was expecting to see. I mean, both teams are evenly matched here, and I'm really hoping to see that carry on. I'm expecting at least 2 overtimes throughout this series, Stewie. I mean, there's so many games to be played here, and with how tight the series has already been, this Rochester looks to get ahead, trying to strike quick, strike while the iron's hot. Sunny barely off on that one. T-Jack follows it up, and he gets it past the defense. It's going to be another goal for Hibbing to get ahead. That is 3 goals for Hibbing to get ahead here.
They're answering every single call that, of course, Rochester's throwing at them. The rhythm still, though, in a rhythm, finding the gaps in the defense, able to exploit them most of the time. But if you're, for Hibbing's side, you want to clean up your defense a little bit. Rochester has found a lot of chances off of consistent rotational mistakes, and they're using their mechanics to their advantage. The Rangers struggling to deal with it. GB, though, going to drop it down for Ryu. The shot's going to be blocked away, and we're going to see just midfield play so far. No one really finding a pass out of anything yet, but still waiting for the passes to come out even more than they are in this second game. Teams showing some teamwork, and that's what you got to do to win games at some point. Got to use your mechanical plays, but you also got to use your mechanics. GB finds the backboard. Jobro, though, gets it by the last man. This should be an open net. But does he have the boost? He doesn't, and he can't find it. T-Jack finds his shots. And somehow the ball going to find its way to the back of the net.
That is 3 for T-Jack in this game. He is stepping up in a huge way for this Rangers squad. What a great read off that awkward bounce just off the side of the net. Puts it past both defenders who were just barely caught up committing on the ball prior. So huge one for the Rangers there. And with a 2-goal lead heading into the final minute here, this is looking rough for Rochester. Now, this will be just the tying match. They won't be getting ahead with this one. But, I mean, stability is pretty huge. They're just going to keep scoring, though. Go up by 3 with a minute 3 left. Jobro, great read off of this pass from his teammate T-Jack. And T-Jack, absolutely the MVP of game number 2 here.
T-Jack and Jobro just finding each other quick. Now out of the midfield. I mean, that's 4 or 5 times now that they're able to just work through something and make something work. Baka, though, trying to show some mechanical prowess in the second game, but more than likely going to be all evened up at 1 apiece. 50 seconds, and Rhythm got to find 3 goals, which is highly unlikely for them to do.
Big ask.
You can't put it past really anybody at this point in the second major. These teams, I hope that they realize that this isn't a double elimination, bracket, and that, if you lose here, you are done, and that's it for your major run, and possibly for a chance at land. But Hibbing's defense starting to stiffen up a little bit, and this is what I was afraid of for Rochester. They've been very mechanical and alive on offense, but they haven't been able to do much in the second game, and Hibbing starting to find their offensive prowess.
The follows coming out from Hibbing. I mean, just the rotations that these guys are having and how well they're reading each other as a team, just absolutely massive. That directly led to them winning that game there. T-Jack, Jobro, Sunny, all 3 of those guys playing super tight, very aware of what the other person is doing, and just reading the plays. Maybe not going for huge 50s, trying to get softer touches on the ball on the offensive side, and that's directly leading to them getting these center balls that they're scoring off of. But taking a look at the scoreboard for game number 2 here, a little bit higher octane than game number 1. We got 9 shots coming out from the Rangers and 9 shots coming out from the Rhythm, but just some. You take a look at those scores, at the saves, excuse me. But all that it makes me realize that the Rangers could have been scoring way more of those. It looks like they're just barely getting some of these balls off the side of the net, and the fact that they only won by 3 is kind of surprising, Stewie.
Yeah, everybody getting an assist on the board, everybody able to put in their own individual effort to score goals, finding passes, like I said. Sunny not really a factor in the game, not having to be.
He struck early, definitely.
Yeah, T-Jack pretty much unstoppable at this point.
T-Jack.
Yeah. I don't
say his name.
Yeah. I don't see him and Jobro slowing down any more than they already have. They've gone back to what worked, and we'll see what happens in this third game. But this is not the decider quite yet, but it is an important one. In a 7-game set, you want to make sure you're staying in the lead. But even if a team goes up 3-1, we can't really count anybody out. That's for sure. But let's see what happens as far as Hibbing goes. A massive save from GB, though, on the goal line will keep Rochester from playing with a deficit, and that's something that really hurt them in that last game, constantly being down in the game and having to come back.
Yeah, no kidding. Definitely looking for that to change in game number 3 here. But yeah, like you mentioned, the series being tied up. Oh, bro, trying to score quick here. T-Jack is just going to leave them with an open net. 30 seconds in with another goal. I mean, they scored quick last game. They scored quick this game. If this is a momentum train, these guys are going to just run through this series here. I absolutely love what I'm seeing coming out from the side of the Rangers. The team plays, the solo plays. These guys not only are getting great shots on net, they're also getting great touches against their opponents. T-Jack gets another centered ball, but nobody there to clean that one up. I mean, they're not taking their foot off the gas pedal here. They immediately went off that kickoff, and they're looking for another one. Is barely off. Oh my gosh. The Rangers, this is a different squad than when we saw game 1, Stewie, and Rochester should probably be a little scared at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Rochester's not as potent as they were in the first game. They're not playing with as much consistency as they did. Getting beat to the ball by Hibbing now quite a bit. And that's the reason why Hibbing nearly has a 2-goal lead, as T-Jack will rattle the inside post. Will not be able to find it, but Rochester just can't find a clean touch on the ball. They're getting bumped. They're getting, jostled around. They can't get much going. Bacall looking for a follow-up, but there's another beat on the ball, and now GB in an awkward spot is basically left back in a 3-on-1. And now this is where Hibbing is the most dangerous that they've been, but they hit the inside of the post, and it doesn't get a favorable bounce for them, so the lead only stays at 1, but T-Jack trying to make it 2, hits the crossbar. GB tries to get over Jobro, now T-Jack follows again. This is a 3-on-1 on Sunny, but Sunny will go early and deny any hope of a counterattack for Rochester.
Man, the offensive onslaught coming out from Hibbing. What in the world, you guys? Just a completely different team.
That might be
game 1. puts it on, but GB is going to be there. Oh, not maybe the greatest touch. Jobro tries to read this one with the pre-jump, but Baka is there to cut that shot off. And having a team that has been known throughout the season for their defensive abilities. These guys like to get ahead and then shut the other team down. But this game, I mean, they are all offense. They don't even need to be worried about defense at this point just because they're ripping these shots on net. Not even a single shot from the Rhythm so far recorded by Rocket League. We have 10 shots from the Rangers and no shots from the Rhythm.
They're burning a hole through Dicey's boombox right now.
Oof.
Literally have thrown it on the ground and have put a welder and welded a hole right through
an opportunity, though, from GB.
What a pass!
Woo!
Able to slide it to the back of the net. Baka again in on the action, but it's Ryu who finds the pass across, and now GB will slam it to the back of the net and evens up at one apiece. They got one shot, they got one goal. That's all they need.
Yeah, double commit from the Rangers there. Sunny and T-Jack jumped on that ball. So I believe that is what led to that goal. And that's been the only crack that we have seen coming out from the Rangers. But that shows you that Rochester is just waiting for any opportunity that they can to strike. You cannot give these guys, even an inch to look at. As Sunny looks for the demo, he gets it, but the ball's just up. Jobro goes up, but Ryu cuts him off. Oh my gosh. Almost the go-ahead goal there. Barely cut off by the Rhythm. Huge save. You're going to see this ball get banged back down into the Rhythm side, and you definitely looking to see more physicality, and I think that we have seen more physicality in game number 3 here, Stewie. Both these teams looking to create space in any way that they can to try to give their players an opportunity to make a solo play that could potentially land that ball in the back of the net, as we see Rochester almost getting one of those opportunities right there. Following it up. Oh, super close. Oh my gosh, Stewie. With only a minute left, I don't think this game will go to overtime. I got a feeling one of these teams is going to score here.
Shots are 11-2.
Oof.
And Rochester hanging on to their lifeline. That is one goal. They're making mistake after mistake on defense, but they're not getting punished for it. And Baka now mechanically showing up in this series, trying to will Rochester into the semifinals of this second major. That would be absolutely huge for their hopes for a possible land berth, let alone points for play-ins to determine their play-in matchup. We talk about play-ins, but we don't realize that the seeds do determine who they're playing. 15 seconds. Ryu might have broken through the defense once, but GB gonna win at 50. Now this gets dangerous for having to deal with. Sunny with the important touch. Baka now into the corner with 6 seconds. GB finds T-Jack on the bump. Now Baka trying to find the infield. GB keeps it up with no time, but he can't get the second touchdown. And overtime in game 3.
Man, what a beautiful touch from
the
GB there. Sunny's just gonna score! Oh my gosh, Hibbing gets ahead in the series. They're now up 2-1. Whoa. Oh, Baka trying to get the late hit on it, but Sunny reading it just barely gets it past him and the player following. And what a massive goal from the Rangers. If you just looked at the scoreline for this, you would not expect that this was a game that went to overtime. You would think that the Rangers scored 2 off the rip, and then Rhythm maybe got 1 towards the end when the Rangers turned their brains off. But absolutely not how this series went. That game, incredibly tight. Rangers, 12 shots, Stewie. Oh my gosh, and only 2 goals, with one of them being arguably a lucky kickoff goal. I don't even know what to say. Just absolutely massive for the Rangers, getting ahead now in this series, and that's huge for them. If they win this next game, they're now making Rochester face match point, and that is a different level of stress. These guys are gonna have to figure out how to tighten it down, and they can't have another game like that because it's way bigger stakes at this point in the series.
I agree. We're entering the territory of win or go home. It's do or die for really both of these teams if they want to have a chance at land, because both the 1 and the 2 did make it in to this top 8 bracket. But the important thing is the 1 and the 2 are playing each other. So one of them going to be eliminated already in 5th through 8th. So that's the important part. the more important part is the one that you want to win this matchup. And game number 4, Rochester down by 1, hitting with the 2-1 lead, and Rochester looked to come out swinging in this 4th game. They already got a shot. No. They don't get the top left. T-Jack floats in the air and makes the save.
Boy, I thought GB was roofing that one for sure. That was looking like it was going to go top shelf, easy peasy, but just barely off. Another opportunity coming out from Rochester. A big bang down, but Joe Bro is going to catch this in his own corner. GB looking to get a play out. He gets the touch to Macaw, but it gets cut off by T-Jack. Huge save by T-Jack, stopping that ball from going into his net. And Hibbing is now going to look to get ahead for the third game in a row. Barely off. What a great touch from Sonny, reading that ball off the backboard, beating it out to his teammate. GB looking for the double, not quite enough boost to get back on that, but Ryu popping this up, almost gets it past the defender, but that's going to be a great bounce. But Ryu, no! Oh my gosh, he absolutely played himself. Oh no.
That's so unfortunate that the bump comes in and it's unfortunate. Joe Bro. Oh, it's what GB. He nearly gets the second. But Sonny will finally break through after heroic defensive save after save. How does GB read that first shot? He just sits on the goal line and Joe Bro hits it right into him. And somehow, I have no idea how GB even has a chance at that save, and needed another one just from another teammate possibly, but a huge miss from T-Jack now is going to put pressure on the Hibbing Rangers on defense. GB trying to, of course, apply that and use it to his advantage, but if you're Rochester, this is pretty much got to be a game that you win. You cannot afford to lose this one. You're seeing a couple mistakes come out on defense, but nevertheless, you've had chances on both sides, and Hibbing really finding their form again, passing the ball like no other. The drop down touches have been there. The assisted plays have been there. They've been scoring goals off of pure, literally just pressure, and that's all they need. All they got to do is apply the pressure to the rhythm and roll them over and tip them over with one finger.
Massive Joe Bro. What a read. Gets the read off the ceiling touch, top right corner, and that's up by 2. And at the first time the Hibbing is led by more than 1 goal, but look at the last couple of wins that they had. 1 goal was all that they needed to shut it down. That first goal being so huge for them. They're really carrying that momentum well as they move through the game. Like I had mentioned, this is a roster that excels on the defense and has found a lot of success when they get ahead early in matches, and then they just carry that all the way through. So up by 2 here as we approach the halfway mark. This is a massive win if the Rangers can pull this out, forcing Rochester onto the back foot where they're going to be looking at elimination potentially. But Ryu trying to get the sneaky play with the 50, a great pass, and it's just going to be up by Joe Bro. Oh my gosh, he just gets fed by Sonny down on their own side, shoveling this ball up the midfield, leaving Joe Bro all alone to be able to cherry pick that ball. He puts it in. 3 goals, Stewie, with halfway. Not insurmountable for Rochester, but definitely uncomfortable.
Haven't been able to really find many offensive opportunities, and Hibbing pouring it on right off of the kickoff. Kickoffs have plagued the Rhythm through this entire series. The misses coming out, the shots are starting to connect, and now it is going to be scary for the Rhythm because you're down by 4 and you're looking at a possible triple match point scenario. So you need to find a goal now, and still waiting for the Rhythm to get back to what they did in the first game. They looked so well organized and passing the ball cleanly. They were getting beats on the ball, and now they're just making mistake after mistake.
Yeah, I don't even know. They're looking solid on the field, but I mean, the Rangers just kind of outplaying Rochester at this point. I don't even know what else to say. The team play that we're seeing coming out from these guys is just absolutely huge. T-Jack has found his pace in this series, and I mean, maybe not finding as much success putting the ball in the back of the net this game, but supporting his teammates and creating opportunities for them to drive that ball down the field and creating openings out in front of the net for them to score. As we see, a great clear coming out from Ryu It's going to give Rochester an opportunity with only a minute and a half here. A pass
There it
over Ryu
is.
just off. What a feed from GB. Man, he is playing his absolute heart out, but unfortunately, this Rangers defense is ironclad. They're not giving him even an inch as he puts another shot on. Gets cleared off by T-Jack. Another opportunity is going to get cleared away again by T-Jack. And yeah, I mean, this Rochester squad is looking fantastic, but Rangers are just shutting them down.
It's been the what you talked about in the second game, Quick, where they get a lead and they just hold it. There's a team, they pretty much just dominate the rest of the game, and that's what they're doing.
Lead.
Oh,
There it is.
Dobro gets the hat trick, makes it 5-0, and the Rhythm, that boombox is 100% dumped over and sitting on the ground right now. They got to pick it back up and sew up the hole. Otherwise, Hibbing is going to move on into that semifinal, and the Rhythm, their major 2 is going to be done. But yeah, you don't want to work through the group stage and be done. How does that not find its way to the back of the net?
And not like it would have mattered too much in this game. T-Jack looking to get another one. Sonny is going to read the touch off the defender. They go up by 6. And I have to imagine that Rochester at this point is just starting to look ahead to that next game. I mean, now they are officially facing match point.
Quick, you can't. They are facing pretty much triple match point, but you can't look at that next game because it's all you got.
It's all they
pretty
got.
much once you lose this game, you have one chance left. That is it. You cannot be looking next to the games because you really don't have a next.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's one way to look at it. I mean, the Rangers will have just one shot, but Rhythm are going to have to open up more opportunities in that game. I mean, yeah, Rhythm are T-Jack looking to bury that one, but yeah, I mean, the Rangers are looking to. They just need that one more win, and Rochester's got a pretty big hole to climb out of. Rangers decisively taking that game. Oh my gosh, these Boosty boys came here to play week number 2. I mean, what an absolutely massive game.
It's Quick. It's not quite a South American country, but we're boarding the plane at
pretty close
moment right now. Pretty close.
Flights were looking pretty cheap.
Yeah, flights were looking pretty cheap, and if the Rhythm got one, then maybe we could have said, we're about to exit the terminal, but yeah, the big thing that is on your screen in the post match is 3 goals from Jobro and Sonny, both contributing a hat trick. And you look on the bottom of the leaderboard on their team is T-Jack. He has more points than the Rhythm do by himself.
Literally, wow.
And so, if you don't have your proverbial best player in T-Jack playing the best game that he has all series, and you still win by 6. This should be Hibbing's series to win. They have to put this to bed right now. Otherwise, they're going to hate themselves for it. Trust me. I've been in situations like this, up 3-1, and this next game really the most important in the series, because if you lose it in overtime, the doubt starts to form in your mind quick.
They don't even have the option.
Yeah, honestly, the thing in your mind starts to form where, you're like, okay, maybe we can just win it in the next one. Oh, we'll win it in the next one. Then pretty soon it's game 7 and all the nerves are there. And yeah, this is important for Rochester. I mean, both teams have to win this game.
Absolutely. Baka looking to get this one started off right for Rochester. Great opportunity, gets shut down by the Rangers. Sonny looking to keep this ball in his own corner. Ryu with a shot on net. T-Jack is going to read that, though. A double commit might leave enough space for Rochester to find opportunity. GB popping that one up, but just barely off the corner of the net. And we're going to find the Rangers starting to make a forecheck here. Jobro trying to contest Ryu. He gets it around him, but T-Jack is there to pick that up. T-Jack trying to keep the pressure up. He puts it down to Sonny. Sonny's there, but it gets cut off by the defender. A great read from the Rhythm, stopping that ball from going in. You cannot let Hibbing get ahead in this game. I mean, they have proven that they are so deadly. If you can let them get ahead, they will shut you down all over the field, and they have no problem. They'll pepper the net, and it's just more than enough to shut you out if you get behind. But Baka is going to stop that, scoring with just a minute in. A great read off of this awkward ceiling bounce is going to leave him open. Fantastic shot. You have to score those if you're the Rhythm.
And down in the other quarterfinal, the one below this one, actually, the Barons already completing their match against the Inferno. Sorry, quick. Inferno are out in 5. The Barons beating them 4-1. So
that was a tough one. That's a crazy strong squad.
yeah,
I mean, even with the sub.
Minnetonka, the important thing that if we see them on stream, we will in this next series. The important thing to note is they will not have one of their main players for the final if they get there. So, yeah, it's an interesting situation for them. But Inferno bowing out at top 8, which is not terrible. You know, 5th through 8th, not the worst possible thing. But Minnetonka, definitely a team that you don't want to mess with in this second major. But Rhythm for now up 1-0 in this game, and this is an important one. Like I said, it's important to get back in this series and make it a series again and get to that game 6. And of course, I'm still waiting for Hibbing to wake up in this game. They scored 6 in the last one, but we're not able to find anything in the first half of this game, and now maybe they do off of the demo and off of the bump plays. That's what's able to put the ball into the back of the net for them.
Yeah, that's scary if you're the Rhythm. I mean, they wanted to get ahead and stay ahead. I find another one just to get rid of any sort of cushion from Hibbing. But that goal is going to be absolutely massive for the Rangers, tying this game up at the halfway point. I mean, what we've seen in this series so far is the team that's been able to strike first has been able to carry that momentum through the game and ultimately win those. But Hibbing is going to really be looking to change that pattern here. An opportunity for Rochester. Baka trying to keep this one alive. GB is going to keep it in the Rangers' corner, but it's going to get cut off by Sunny. Ball bouncing out towards midfield. Jobro with the pass to T-Jack. It's on net, but Baka is back to clear that ball away. Now another offensive rush coming in from Rochester. Double going up by GB. He's going to bang in the corner. Just a free clear from the Rangers. And yes, Stewie, at this game at 1-1, Rochester couldn't take their foot off the gas before. They really can't take it off now.
I agree. This is their series to win, but that's unfortunate. It's Hibbing that are able to get on the beat in the midfield, and it drops all the way down and somehow finds its way to the back of the net. Now, a minute 54 for Rochester. They have to, and I mean have to, win this game. They're on triple match point, and Hibbing, if they run away with this right off the kickoff, this could be scary for Rhythm fans. You do not want to see your team fall in the 5th game, and this would be a complete opposite of what I picked. But we have seen a good Rhythm team. This has been a team that has found each other with passing plays, but I'm still, compared to the first game, still wondering where Baka's at. He tore Hibbing apart completely in that first game with mechanical plays, but I don't know what the plan is at the moment for Rochester, but it's got to be more potent on offense.
Yeah,
they have got to find a way through this Rangers defense.
Yeah, I mean, this match, they're up 7 shots to 5 shots, so they are getting more opportunities to put the ball on net, but they're just not getting it past this defense. The Rangers rotation is just crazy on the defensive side. These guys shut this ball down so well in their own half at midfield, and it just naturally creates opportunities based on how these guys work around each other. So just huge for this Hibbing squad. I mean, yeah, I also didn't expect this going this way, but I had a feeling if Hibbing could get some momentum that they could carry that into a win for this series, and it's sure looking like they're going to be able to pull it off. So we've reached only 30 seconds left. Rochester needs to find something, and they need to find it quick. T-Jack trying to put this one out center. He does. Jobro not quite able to get on that ball as Ryu cuts him off. Sunny is going to keep this ball on the Rochester side, but GB clearing it out. That's going to be a free touch for Ryu out of midfield. Rangers again collecting the ball on their own half. T-Jack carrying this ball through the air, but Baka is going to cut him off. Sunny popping it up. 3 seconds left. Rangers just need to get this ball down, but GB puts it on just too low. Potentially an opportunity there for them to tie it up, but Rangers, what an absolutely massive victory for them. I mean, they are looking so incredibly strong, and I think they might be a favorite to win this tournament for me now. Definitely not somebody who I was considering beforehand, but such an absolutely massive win for them.
They will join Minnetonka as the second semifinalist on the top side. On the bottom side, the winner of Miracles and Senators will get the Barons, and winner of Flyers and Lumberjacks will get this Rangers team. And we've seen many matchups between those two rosters, but yeah, it's going to be a good one. You know, you've got some fairly interesting matchups happening. I believe a game 7 actually between
Currently,
I think on the second channel, unless Tibbles stopped streaming that, but I believe a game 7 actually happening between Minneapolis and St. Paul, or possibly Bemidji St. Cloud. I think they just confirmed it was Bemidji St. Cloud, but I'd imagine Minneapolis St. Paul still in their series, could be game 6, 7. We don't know. Still waiting. But yeah, we're just gonna fill some time for now, quick. And sorry, Minnetonka, but we unfortunately can't move on until we have a team for you to play against.
right?
Obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really thinking it's gonna be. I'm hoping it's Minneapolis because obviously that's my franchise, but if St. Paul wins, I would be happy for St. Paul as well. They looked very good in this second split. They made a change. They are happy with their change, and I think that their team could make a run too.
Agreed,
Yeah.
100%. That Minneapolis squad surprising me last week. I mean, they came out
Fluffy.
strong. Oh my gosh, like absolutely ridiculous. Those guys have been putting some hours in. Gator Melon, especially, love what I'm seeing coming out from them. So yeah, I think I'm on board with you, Stewie. I would like to see Minneapolis take that series, but wouldn't surprise me if St. Paul took it. Another very strong squad here.
I want a fluffy semifinal. That's what I want.
That's
yeah. I want a fluffy semifinal. That's what I would love to have. Yeah, Hibbing, of course, winning that series in 5. I predicted Rochester to win it in 5. I was completely the other direction, which happens. Unfortunately, Rochester did play a good series, but still, hats off to Hibbing for coming in with some, I believe, a complete turnaround from the first game. They didn't let it get to their heads. They're able to, make sure that things were under control, we'll say. But I'm fully expecting specifically Minnetonka to possibly make a final, depending on their how their roster has looked quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that was a huge win for Hibbing there. Excuse me. Essentially helping them guarantee that they're going to make land now. So very, very big win. And as we're waiting for these other matches to roll in here, Stewie, I mean, who did you have taking this whole thing? I don't know if we got predictions in beforehand. I thought it was going to be pretty tight right off the rip. I think any of those top 6 teams could take it. I mean, even Minneapolis, what they're showing last week, I think they have a shot.
I had St. Paul or St. Cloud winning it all, to be honest. And then I saw
having
that
a sub though.
Tizzy wasn't there, and I'm like, I may not like that pick too much. It's a little scary because he's a very important player for their team, but yeah, still waiting on.
Oh, Hibbing is not guaranteed yet. And
yeah, we I guess we can look at the some of the land scenarios for these teams, but yeah, for Rochester, unfortunately, they did clinch plans, but they are already out of major number 2 with that loss. And Minneapolis, they can't clinch land, but they clinch plans with a finish of 5th through 8th or better, which they have done. So they're already in that play-in bracket, and obviously we've gone over.
Bemidji wins. It looks like I'm seeing Fusion in the chat. He's saying that Bemidji takes that one, and Very big. Man. Unless that might have been a prediction. That might not have been. I see 2-1. The game is going on right now off stream. So some very big things happening behind this behind the screen right now. But yeah, as this night goes on, it's going to get more and more stressful for these teams. And that's something that has been a huge differentiating factor throughout this season is the teams that are able to handle the stress of these almost land simulation scenarios where they're facing elimination essentially multiple weeks in a row. I really expect if any of these guys are able to figure out how to persevere in this environment, that those are going to be the teams to watch out for as we head into LAN at the end of July here, Stewie.
Yeah, just waiting on of course some matches to finish up. I think
Looks
we
like
saw
it's in.
possibly Minneapolis and St. Paul going to another game. I of course have Bloodad added so I can see when they're playing, and they just loaded into another game, so possibly a game 7. But I believe St. Paul just won that last game, so no idea what the score is. It could be 3-1, 4-1. I have no clue. But it is currently 3-1 St. Paul.
Wow.
They might have gotten started a little bit late. No idea, but still no idea what the plan was there. But we're currently just waiting for that matchup to finish, and the winner of that will play Minnetonka on stream next. So we'll see them in action. Quick, any really final thoughts before?
Yeah.
I mean, throw it to a break if you want, or we can just sit here and talk.
I think that the teams that we're seeing win in these first games here, I mean, these are the teams that kind of had that separating factor headed into our major last week. Hibbing, the team that you expected to go 2-0 in their group, went 1-1, but clearly they've come back this week. And Barons, that's a new squad that has found nothing but success. Those guys are so incredibly talented. It is crazy ridiculous that they are all in a squad together, and I am really expecting big things. Obviously, they're looking at a slight disadvantage if they have to use a sub, if they make the finals here, but each of these games is 5 points, and that's really big for teams trying to claim seeding as we get prepared for play-ins in a couple weeks here, Stewie. So yeah, I'm guessing that we're going to have some pretty crazy Rocket League coming up for the next couple matches tonight.
It's of course the bottom side semifinal first, which would be Minnetonka, and whoever wins between Minneapolis and St. Paul. Still waiting on them, but I think I can look at the score really quickly, and it's currently Minneapolis 1-0 in the 5th game. I guess if Mr. Wolf is ready to break, we can. But yeah, friends, we'll see you when we have that next semifinal. We'll determine who is playing Minnetonka at the time of it happening, but shouldn't be too long. Of course, won't be more than probably 5 to 10 minutes. We'll see, but yeah, not much to set up, as this is pretty much giving us time to set up stuff already. But yeah, we'll see you guys in just a short bit.
when it's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her.
Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through. Claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance. Show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way. Something must be real wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think but the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I mess it up. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, why do you keep chasing clouds? If I could change my mind. I said, ooh, why do you keep chasing clouds? Better leave before I feel something. Ooh, before I could change my mind. I said,
too long. Feelings they I know it's hard. We'll win this time. Don't wait too long. Feelings they I know it's hard.
Hello and welcome back. MNCS season number 7. It's Freight Cabbage and it is Stewie. We have lost Stewie. We've misplaced him.
I'm right here.
Look at that.
I literally
He
am
comes
right
to
here. I'm ready for Rocket League. I'm ready for more things. Sorry about the delay. We're waiting on a semifinal match, Cabbage.
Yeah, you know, that one a game 7 nonetheless, actually, but the Senators able to pull it off there. A little bit of a stressful game 7 as well. I believe it was a 1-goal difference in the end, if not overtime. So a pretty good one there. And then on the other side, the Barons, they've been waiting a while. They had a pretty nice first series there, and just waiting to get underway here.
Correct. They went all the way to a game 7 overtime. Of course, the one series that we are waiting on goes to a game 7 overtime, Cabbage, and we're sitting here, debating on what we got to do. But unfortunately, Tonka having a player that has to leave in about 10 minutes. So this is likely the only game he's going to get to play, which is unfortunate. But hey, you knew about this beforehand, guys. If you made it to the semifinal, you knew that this could possibly happen. And that's just how things work out with time, unfortunately. But we've updated the bracket, Cabbage. And of course, the Lumberjacks taking out, of course, the Flyers off stream. The Flyers not with their main player in Tizzy. And that playing a massive factor because the Lumberjacks now meet the Rangers, and the likelihood of the winner of that, Cabbage, making LAN, actually. So, and making the grand final, of course. Would be nice to win and qualify for LAN at the same time.
Yeah, it would be a very nice thing, a very easy way to get going there. And I mean, it's going to be interesting, too, with the Barons in this one, because, of course, like you mentioned, a player having to leave. I'll be intrigued to see who they bring up from the prospect team. I'm assuming it'd probably be Gator Melon, highest rated player on that team. But, Block Belt, Grant, and Obama has my car. 3 players, also pretty solid, also could play up. I mean, even last week, what we saw, or was it last week or 2 weeks ago, we saw a prospect player in Premier and their team won. So, I don't think it matters who's in the server. All that matters is the chemistry and how it goes. Is there's a lot of banter going on in the server here. But, I mean, taking a look at this one, even with the sub coming in, does that really affect who you think is going to win this one? Or is it a pretty cut and dry result either way?
For now, obviously, with the Barons losing their main player with, I believe in 10 minutes itself. So, he's likely going to be only able to play this first game, like I said, which means that they may not be able to make that grand final. But they, are battling the Senators, who had to make it through a giant game 7. And I just realized it says 4-1. It was not a 4-1. It was a 4-3. The Miracles did get 3 games, not 1. So that is my apologies. But the Inferno only got 1 game. The Rhythm only got 1 game. And that's where we sit in the top 4. So these teams getting at least now 15 points divided between themselves. But I put Lobby up at 720, and I believe there's that one player had an unfortunate PC dying, and now everything completely falling apart. I believe they're finally getting into the game, but it should be a good one. Anything you're looking forward to? Best of 7, Barons, Senators.
Well, I've got my answer on who the sub is. I honestly, for a second there, when Pink as Cat lost connection. I was worried for a second we were going to have another delay, but it looks like we will see Block Belt in for the Barons. So that's going to be their second highest player on the prospect team. Obviously, how he slots in here. I think, honestly, this is a Senators game to lose. I think they've got such a strong team. Trish, of course, have seen them do really well in prospect. And then, Owen and Slay Panther, 2 players who have also done well across multiple levels of MNCS. So I think it's a more rounded team, but I'm excited to see if the Barons have anything.
Maybe they can pull something out with 2/3 of their roster, Cabbage. They've, of course, got still Risser and X-Ray. players that they brought in that second trade window to try and revamp this Minnetonka team, and so far they have. They made a top 4, and they're looking for a top 2, but St. Paul, this is unfamiliar territory for them. Throughout this entire season, they've stayed consistent. Cabbage in the middle of the pack, pretty much, in that 5 or 6 slot, and they're looking to make a grand final. If they can, it would impact their chances. Trish, nearly 4, almost a quadruple tap to the backboard, and they're going to escape Minnetonka, nearly giving up a clip already.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, it's gonna be interesting with Block Belt. I think Barons were definitely hoping they could at least get a strong game 1 at minimum with their starting lineup. Of course, not always how games pan out, so that's the nature of it. But done well so far in this one. I like the adaptations I've seen so far. Block Belt doing well enough to keep his team in it, and then some good counter opportunities. As we see Trish back on this one, not a great handle there. That's gonna pop out mid, but Owen. Nice little follow-up on that one there. He'll carry it the other direction. Black Belt's going to chip that one up, though, and Slay Panther on the follow-up.
Right now, nobody's scoring just yet, Cabbage, but I'm curious as to what your prediction for this series is going to be. Without the starting roster of the Barons, it changes my dynamic of the series completely. I have the Senators actually making the final. I believe this team can pull something together, and I'm going to go Senators in 6.
I would say Senators in 5 even. I think they're a strong team. I think this might be one of those series where, the Senators rip 2 or 3 games off, the Barons get one back, but it's just not quite enough in the end, and it's kind of a foregone conclusion. Nice little attempt at the double tap there. That's going to follow up. Slay Panther up for 90, slots that one away. Nicely done there, and St. Paul takes the lead.
Great touch from Owen. And of course, we've got problems with internet. Why wouldn't that happen? Block Belt lagging, of course, that happens. Could be the server, you never know, but I believe they did, Rocket League in their latest update, fix most of the problems for private matches, I think, but X-Ray in the midfield had an open shot and a possible open net. Now Slay Panther all the way down on the other end, and that's Owen, actually. They were in the same color, but they're scoring the same goal.
Yeah, that one's a really tough one there, too, because Trish has a nice landing. There was an awkward double commit there and a really kind of just a fumbled touch there, but it ends up working out in the favor of the Senators. Trish, like I said, that nice handle, the soft pass over there as well, and able to slot that one home. So nice double up there for the Senators. Now really, on the Barons here. Can you do something to respond to this one? No. Trish, another great pass there out mid. Slay Panther was looking to finish, but good bit of defense by X-Ray. Now Rizzer, he'll chip this one in from downtown off to the corner. Crossfield pass there, but Trish has that one handled.
I'm wondering, Cabbage, if not Minnetonka not having their main offensive superstar in Pink, the mechanical player on this team, if it's impacting their mentality in this game or not. It's not impacting St. Paul's as they nearly make it a third. This offense, though, for St. Paul has been very, very good. I would have liked to see what that Minneapolis series looked like, because it could have been 2 offensive powerhouses going at each other. Right now, that's a bank shot.
That's an own goal. Oh, geez. Okay, well, I mean, hey, that's a good response. 90 seconds left in this one. Rizzer, is that a bump in there, too, I think? I think Trish might have gotten bumped into that one. I can't confirm, but, for the Barons, that's a nice step in the right direction. See if they can come back in this one, because of course, you're not getting blown out. It's only a 1-goal gap now, which makes it real easy for another little mistake or even a solo play. Of course, like you mentioned, Pink, the most mechanical player in this team, but still, X-Ray and Rizzer hold their own. They're still good enough to put up that solo play when needed, or potentially a passing play. X-Ray out towards mid, drops that one down, back post. It's saved there. Another chance here, but Black Belt can't get through the last defender. Barons putting on some pressure.
And for now, of course, St. Paul, they do clinch play-ins. They did finish 5th through 8th. Right now they're 3rd through 4th, so their play-ins no matter what. Slay Panther flying across the front side of the nets will not give up the tying goal, and St. Paul won't give one up for free.
Yeah, and I mean, that's well done there. Some frantic defense, but Slay Panther makes it happen. Now they'll go back on defense here. Barons kick that one out mid. Slay Panther looking to put up another one. Oh, he does get the flip reset there. Oh, great save as well. Block Belt getting in on that one. Now Rizzer, he'll carry this one up for the air dribble, trying to go low. Gets around 1, gets around 2, and he dunks it home. The Barons tie it up. What a solo play.
20 seconds. He just says, nope, bye-bye, Trish. I'm not going over the top. He's going underneath and then goes over the top of all of St. Paul. And that is an incredible shot to tie us up with 20 seconds. And you got to think he's on the ball again. Maybe he gets a 2 now off the ceiling. Looking for the drop down double. Can't get there now. This is a scary situation for Black Belt. He's all alone against 2 Piranha St. Paul defenders who don't get anything on the counterattack. Trish, though, going to keep it up with 3 seconds. What can we see at 0 seconds? Nothing yet. But Slay Panther will drop it to the corner away from everyone. And Cabbage, game 1, surprisingly going into overtime.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't really want to write the Barons off, but it seemed like it was going to be the Senators taking control as Trish almost lays that one in, but X-Ray, the goal line save there just in the nick of time, and the Barons, great resilience here on both ends. Now X-Ray looking far post shot there. That one's pitched back towards mid. A demo. Oh, but Owen, he's there. Owen rather. He's there to take care of that one. Slay Panther sends it back. Rizzer off the backboard. Keeping this one going, but Owen back out towards the midfield once again. And I mean, for the Barons, if you take this one right here, I think this series is really yours. All of a sudden, you have the Senators maybe doubting themselves and playing on the back foot potentially heading into game 2.
This is going to get scary, though. 2 players go for Minnetonka in the midfield, and St. Paul, if they do win this major, they can't quite clinch land, unfortunately, because of Bemidji and Hibbing's finishes, but still important for them to get the points. But St. Paul, they got to find a play, a flip reset into a ground bench all the way on the bottom of the, oh my, unfortunate defense from Black Belt, who just has to hope he gets a touch.
Yeah, really nice play there by Trish. I mean, there's not much you could do against that one. And, you know, like we said, Barons with a great showing there in game 1, all things considered, but the Senators get the better of them there. And it's a nice team effort as well. You know, all players getting involved there, everyone a goal, a couple of assists, a handful of saves as well. I mean, you can't really ask for much more. Trish, you know, with the MVP in that one, but, I mean, now the question is here is that really how do the Senators handle game 2? Because I mean, for the Barons, Black Belt looks pretty strong there, you know, ends up at the bottom of the scoreboard at the end, but had a couple of impactful moments, had a couple of nice touches there, and they really don't seem too uncomfortable.
Yeah, game number 2 going to be a test for them, though. St. Paul able to escape a scare, Cabbage with 20 seconds left. And is Minnetonka, is that going to be the theme throughout the rest of the series? Are they going to constantly find late game heroics like that? Then that continues to, you know, throw up doubt in your mind if you're a St. Paul fan who barely escaped out of the first game, but you know, if they continue to do that, they might not be able to escape out of the other ones.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing too, is that we actually saw some nice, you know, really nice solo play there out of Rizzer. I was not really expecting him to get through all 3 defenders, but does do a great job. You know, able to get underneath the first one and then body the next 2. So I'd love to see some more of that. See if the Barons really can bring some mechanics potentially, but. Heading into game 2, I think the Senators just need to kind of slow it down. They're a team that has a lot of skill and a lot of chemistry, at least from what I've seen this season. So I'd love to see them just take it a little bit slower, take it a little bit more confidently, and play the game we're expecting you to play in this one.
I agree. Game number 2, St. Paul up 1-0 off of their overtime win. Now looking to make it a 2-0 lead, but Minnetonka's here to play. They don't want to go out just yet, and a grand final for either of these teams is going to happen no matter what. One of these teams is going to make it to a final, and they'll play the winner of Lumberjacks and the Hibbing Rangers. And you know, over on that top side, 2 scary teams, the 2 and the 3 right now, and both of them wanting the points, but these teams need it more, to be honest, if they want to change up their play-in bracket. But for now, it's been Minnetonka holding their own despite playing with a sub. Still impressive that they're even, you know, contending, because St. Paul is playing with their full roster, who they've had a chance to practice with all week.
Yeah, and I mean, right now here as well, we saw a good bit of offense, good bit of defense, and we're seeing it carry over into this one. The Barons put on pressure for a moment. Now Slay Panther, that's a beautiful dunk there. Black Belt just a hair too slow get up off that sidewall, low on boost, and that's a tough spot to find herself in. Slay Panther, great control off the wall as well. Able to spin around and slot that one home. Cannot complain, and the Senators again strike first, but we've seen the Barons able to come back from behind by 2. So let's see the Senators put on more.
They had a late game heroic play in that last game to, of course, force overtime. They don't win it, but maybe you get a better game from Block Belt, but you need a complete game from St. Paul. Dealing with a sub always difficult on the opposite end of it because you're not used to some of the things that the sub might be doing on the field, and it could change up the way that you play. But really, Risser the only one showing X-Ray kind of quiet right now, and you're putting Block Belt in tough spots. Trish is going to just hit the open net.
Yeah, and that one's a tough one there. I mean, most players are going to struggle to make that read there, but you know, you got to wonder, especially with Pink's mechanical level there, might read that one off the backboard. Regardless, you know, still plenty of time, 3.5 minutes here. So Barons, you know, keep your composure here. You can kind of settle in for the next minute or so. And I mean, it was 90 seconds when they got their first goal last game. So, you know, they don't need a lot to do it if they can have another great play. And we might see one here. Risser up with this one. Does get the touch off the backboard. Shot as well. And X-Ray's faster. Senators taking a bit too much time on defense there. That's a huge response.
Gets the touch all the way across. Trish thinks he has a free catch on the ball, but X-Ray is jumping out of nowhere, able to get that shot in. And 1-goal game again. Still plenty of time. Although St. Paul, we've seen a very active St. Paul so far. Fast to the ball, fast on their mechanical plays and their challenges, and they're winning a lot of the battles that they're taking. But Minnetonka trying to turn the tide and show some resilience.
As now just got to hold on here. Nice little passing play there. That's the chemistry we love to see. Slay Panther and Trish combining on the offensive half there. Cannot complain. And again, Block Belt just being left back in a really tough spot. Decent attempt at it there, but just really tough. You know, you can expect your player to maybe pull out 1 or 2 of those saves, but at some point, if you're left as back or last man back against multiple breakaways in a game, you're going to end up conceding a few.
Good demo. Trish goes missing. Now off the backboard. Owen has to make that corner touch and does. Now Slay Panthers on the ball, but Block Belt sitting in his way. Trish off the backboard looking for 2, drops it down. There's Owen with the shot, and X-Ray thought it would come in quicker, and it didn't. And now it's St. Paul up by 3.
Yeah, really good response here out of the Senators. You know, could have squandered that lead once again, but they doubled down. They put up 2 more. And a really strong showing here now in game 2, halfway gone. They've still got to hold on, and that's kind of, you know, that could be one of the tough parts of games like this, where it feels like a foregone conclusion, but X-Ray gets his second there. Again, just so speedy to it. And maybe it's interesting.
Reaches into the medical bag, pulls out the syringe, and sticks it in the heart of the Senators, trying to will his team into a tied series. But St. Paul is not making things easy. They've put 4 up in this game, and they're only getting better, Cabbage, more potent on offense as the series goes on. And that's something that I'm thinking is going to be Minnetonka's downfall at this point, is with St. Paul only getting stronger on offense, the defense for Minnetonka is going to have to get better. Nearly a sidewall read from Risser, but still, Minnetonka having to deal with a lot of pressure right now, and they're struggling to do so.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got a lot of pressure too, Stewie. Someone just redeemed a shoutcasting for 15 seconds, so
let's do it.
It's all yours.
So far, the ball gonna hit the corner. X-Ray gonna be blocked by Owen. The follow-up is there from Risser. And somehow the defense from St. Paul doesn't hang on, but I have no idea how in the hell X-Ray does not score that first goal.
He just wanted to make it really exciting there, get both posts on the clang there, and now minute 46, time to see what the Barons can do. X-Ray off the kickoff. He sends it sidewall. He's going to pop up for that one, but he doesn't connect. Trish goes flying as well. Bodies strewn across the field. Where can we get one? X-Ray finally makes contact there off the sidewall. He's going to go for his own net, back out mid. Trish is going to put it on net, but that one's saved. And the Barons maybe on a counterattack, actually, as much as we're memeing. They're putting together a halfway decent offensive push here as X-Ray off the backboard there. Comes back and touches that one. He'll
How
kick it
the
out
heck
towards
is he following up the ball?
I have
He's
no
got
idea.
nothing in the tank. Oh my god, all the way across the field. Owen gonna try for a touch. Slay Panther top corner! X-Ray somehow saves that. And Slay Panther is all over the field at this point for St. Paul, trying to will his team to a 2-0 series lead, but a minute to go. Time ticking away, and a 1-goal lead for the Senators. Can they hang on and put up the wall, or does Minnetonka bring in the sledgehammer?
Yeah, and honestly, it's been a couple of really good opportunities. Rizzer just keeping up the pressure here. X-Ray, like we saw, being an absolute menace. He might have a chance here. He's going to have to contend with Slay Panther, however, in the backboard clear. Absolutely bangs it downfield. Block. Oh, good first touch there. Now kicks it off sidewall. That one chipped up. Back out towards center. Owen, he'll touch this one low. Block belt. A low pass, a nice bump there, but good follow-up. A couple of bumps both directions. As now Rizzer will send this one in from range. He's going for the dunk once again. It's going to pop out mid. Slay Panther misses as well. Oh, block belt just a bit too far back, playing the soft third man as that one's going to kick back towards mid. Slay Panther looking top shelf. Another great save there as he pays with his life. I think that's going to end it here unless X-Ray has something to say about it. That's going to stay up, actually. A chance maybe for the Barons, but it's hit back towards the net. Block belt does keep it up for a moment, so there's still a chance, Barons. What can you do? Owen, he'll send that one up. Block belt, kind of an awkward touch. He's going to beat his teammate there. I'm not sure if that was the right choice. That one might be tough to deal with. Trich is going to keep it up, though. X-Ray, oh, if he could have beaten Owen there, that would have been a chance, but it does not happen. And we add a goal to both sides, but again, the Senators come away with it, but it's not terribly comfortable. I don't have full confidence in them with how good the Barons have been looking in these ones.
And so far, Minnetonka not able to get things done, but they're so close. They've got, you know, so many chances, and they're just not able to find the back of the net, and it's really hurting them because I mean, it's such a tough thing to do for them because they of course are playing with a sub and it's impacting what they're doing on offense. Of course, if they have Pink Cabbage, it may be a different story, but yeah, they put up a really good fight right now, and it's I'm gonna be honest, it is the Senators series to lose because, you know, they're up 2-0. They barely won these first two games, and it needs to be another concerted effort from them for these next third and possibly only fourth game.
Yeah, and honestly, this one overall too, again, another pretty good team effort. A lot of defense there as, you know, Block Belt and Risser both with 3 saves in that one, X-Ray with 1 as well. And now in game 3, I mean, Barons, I'd say throw it all on the line here. You've got a really good chance to see what you can do here. Put that pressure on, make the Senators uncomfortable, and see if you can pull something out of the hat into the third.
So far, you know, off the kickoff, nobody able to strike just yet. And that's one thing, Cabbage, that I want to bring up in this series and really the entire tournament. Kickoffs have been plaguing teams for a lot of the games that we've seen, and a lot of the games that I've, you know, looked at just off stream where teams are scoring within the first, you know, 9-10 seconds, and they're already up by 1 goal, and not happening here, which is good for Minnetonka's sake, because it doesn't mean that they're getting, you know, steamrolled.
Yeah, and I mean, that honestly might be a kind of a heartbreaking thing. X-Ray's going to put this one into the back of the net, right over top of Trish there. Absolute rips that one on frame and is rewarded. So a nice start. First time the Barons score first.
And that is the important goal, because it's the first one of this game number 3. You still have some life in Minnetonka. Still not willing to give up just yet, but they're dealing with a Senators team that is going to bring the sledgehammer at some point. They're going to bring a lot of offensive pressure, and when it comes, is Minnetonka, are they going to be able to deal with it?
Yeah, but, you know, a nice start. You'll take it nonetheless. And I mean, that one, Rizzer trying to get something going here. Block belt. He'll be on the sidewall. 0 boost. A little awkward. Gets 50'd back in his own direction there. X-Ray up for that one. Nicely done. Rizzer, dangerous touch there, but absolutely clangs it off the back ropes. Now X-Ray will have another chance. A lot of bumps in this one. A lot of physicality here. As that one up and off the backboard. Owen, he might have a chance. He's going to chip it, but that's only one. Now Rizzer goes sidewall. Drop that back down towards mid. Slay Panther up off the backboard. X-Ray kicks that one forward, and 90 seconds into this one, Barons kind of nursing a 1-0 lead here to see what they can do.
St. Paul's looking like St. Cloud right now. Slay Panther's been the main aggressive player to hit shots, and he drops it all the way down, beats Black Belt clean, and bottom left tied us up at 1. And I mean, Slay Panther really has been the X factor in this series, and has shown up for his team, specifically been finding passes in the midfield with Trish and his teammates, but another big play from him there to make a save.
Yeah, and that one was a really good opportunity. They had the 2 front defenders beaten as well, and just kind of an open net if they get to it in time. Risser's going to miss that shot there. Was looking maybe back post. Slay Panther, another clear. That gives it away to X-Ray on the sidewall. He'll go for the play here. Sandwiches Slay Panther, but the clear is still decent. Now Risser back out towards mid, but Slay Panther there once again. He'll get demoed. It doesn't matter. He's gotten the touch off, and he's gotten what he needs to do. As Owen will kick that one forward, try to follow it. Actually decides against it. Now X-Ray, he'll flick over one. Slay Panther, last one back. He'll put it sidewall. Black Belt high and off the backboard with Slay Panther. Easily handles that one. It sends it the opposite direction. And good rotations there. Slay Panther playing a very deep third, but St. Paul Senators, I think, are confident they'll be able to get enough opportunities even with a pretty deep third.
St. Paul looking like St. Cloud right now on offense, abusing the backboard, trying to find some sort of Minnetonka error. But Minnetonka has, made plenty of errors in this series, but it's been St. Paul on offense to exploit them and capitalize on every single mistake that the Barons are giving them. And I like this play from St. Paul. They're so spread out that rarely do you see a double commit from them, and it just shows their level of team chemistry and their ability to know where each other are on the field. I mean, just they constantly have a challenge on the ball. They constantly are applying pressure and are able to make sure that there's no double commits in their side of the field.
Yeah, and I mean, this one right now, still just going back and forth. It feels, I can't put a word on it, but it just feels like a very awkward game 3 where neither team really wants to give away that last mistake. I think they're both pretty confident that it won't be a solo play that's going to be somebody making a mistake here. And this might be golden goal territory where last one does get you the win as Trish puts this one up off the ceiling. Rizzer, good save there. Black Belt's going to go for the challenge. He'll send that one sky high off the corner, get his own follow-up as well. Nicely done there to keep some pressure going. Now Trish off the sidewall gets beaten by Black Belt 50 as well. That's going to kick into a decent spot. Rizzer kicks this one up high out mid. X-Ray's there, but so is the defender. And the Senators keep it out of their net for the last 60 seconds now.
So far, 1-1 even. No one able to find it just yet. Maybe X-Ray drops it down. That's a free shot and an unfortunate place for Owen to be right in the middle of the net. Excuse me, with Slay Panther. They're both wearing the same kind of color car, and it's just hard to tell them apart.
I do have a word of advice for you, Stewie. Actually, there's 3 players on the field with the same color car.
Are they literally the same? It's the same.
No. I'm
it's
just
close.
saying. I'm saying they're all orange and they're all blue. You should come on. You got this. I believe in you.
Yeah. You believe in me. Yeah, we all know that's a lie, of course. Minnetonka, 1-goal lead in game 3. 30 seconds. Maybe St. Paul can play spoiler and steal this game. That would be a massive momentum shift if they're able to do that. But a lot of the chat speaking on of course rookies and things of that nature, but you actually have to win something to be considered one of the best rookies in your rookie year. You actually have to get to the top 2 at LAN, or even top 3 even, or win LAN to begin with. You can't just show up in the league and expect to be on that list. But ball gonna hit the ground. The Barons will take, of course, game number 3, and they're gonna stay alive. Cabbage, that's a big one because it's now not quadruple match point. They're not quite on match point.
Yeah, and I mean, really good game here. We saw X-Ray kind of a pop-off here. I mean, Slay Panther, like we talked about him in that one, having a really good game as well. 1 goal, 4 saves for him. Owen just kind of shut down by the Barons. I think he kind of felt awkward, really couldn't really sink his teeth into this one. Was just kind of in a awkward in-between spot. Ended up, really not being able to have much impact. But X-Ray puts himself beautifully in this one. Rizzer, a little follow-up there as well. They combined 2 goals and assists, 3 saves, 6 shots. And I mean, X-Ray, that's pretty good shooting percentage. We'll take that any day of the week, and getting the 2 goals just to push his team over the line. I think now for the Barons, game 4 is huge. You cannot come out flat. If you come out shooting, you come out just punch them, you'll be all right. But if you come out really silent here, the Senators will feel confident. They'll get onto that match point, and it will be, I mean, then they'll still have, 3 more chances. So not quadruple, but at triple match point, I would still trust the Senators to take care of it.
I agree. This next game, easily the most important in the series. That last one was really important, but this one holds even more importance for the Barons, because if they don't win this, this is going to be tough for specifically, of course, the Barons to deal with if they lose this. Because like you were saying, Cabbage, if St. Paul scores first and then they get out to a possible 2-goal lead, maybe off the kickoff they do it, but if St. Paul scores first, they're in the driver's seat early on, and that's exactly where they want to be in this series. They've got their full roster. They've got the chemistry to boot, and Minnetonka's still trying to figure out how to play with each other.
Yeah, and I mean, I honestly just want to see all-out aggression here from the Senators. You are the better team, at least I think most people would agree with that. You just need to show up and really put on a show here. That's going to be a nice pass out there from Slay Panther, shot as well, but X-Ray back on defense. That one I think was wide regardless, as now 2 players getting tossed by X-Ray. He'll carry this one off to the corner, looking top shelf, but it's a little bit wide. Dangerous opportunity, but unable to convert, as now Trish just rips this one the opposite direction, but X-Ray's up. And I mean, for the Senators as well, you can't just play that absolute tennis style, ripping it back and forth. You got to play more controlled than that. Otherwise, X-Ray and co will take care of those passes. As Rizzer trying to get this one out mid. X-Ray there as well, but Slay Panther, nice clear back into the midfield.
Nobody going to score within the first minute, though. Do they catch Slay Panther out? Not quite. And still, Minnetonka trying to form some sort of attack. X-Ray gets a beat in the midfield. That's huge because it puts pressure on Owen and Slay Panther to boost, to burn their boost. Slay Panther's touch is not that great. X-Ray, though, will throw it to the sidewall, look for the shot, but St. Paul, again, not willing to double commit, and that has helped them through this, I believe, this playoff bracket for them. When they're on defense, they're hard to take apart, because rarely do they double commit. They do there, but that's on an offensive shot they got to communicate. But it's going to be important for Minnetonka to get this first goal, to get the wheels moving, and possibly tie up the series. Black Belt gets a fake and another 50 on a player. X-Ray goes flying by the ball, and this is a weird game, Cabbage, because we've seen some high scoring games in this series so far, and this one, both teams quiet. The nerves are starting to set in.
I mean, it's kind of a repeat of last game where it feels like both teams really aren't as confident in themselves. It's more so they're just trying to not have a mistake come out and end up biting them. As X-Ray chance here, that one end up high and wide, so Owen can go for the counterattack here. Rizzer, nice touch there, sends it sidewall, but Trish able to just kick that one out mid. A pair of demos don't really matter as Slay Panther's so far back again. I talked about him as the deep third, and he keeps playing that role. I want to see... they have a decent chance with him playing a deep third, but it really is not a recipe for success. He's a strong player that you really have to capitalize on his ability. Otherwise, you're just limiting yourselves to constant 2-on-3s, essentially.
So far, again, over halfway through the game, Black Belt going to get a miss on that back line. Risser going to collect, will be demoed by Trish. And now St. Paul has a little bit of a semblance of possession, but they give the ball right away, and forced to resort back to playing a little bit of boom ball and trying to find out a mistake that Minnetonka gives them, but still nothing quite yet. And Slay Panther will have a shot, but it's weak, and he has nothing in the tank to do so. So far, these demos, Cabbage, not having a lot of effect.
I was about to comment on the exact same thing. It just really... They're demos, but they're really more for no reason, as X-Ray's gonna have an open net there. And like I said, it might be a mistake, and that one is huge there. Black Belt and X-Ray both coming in. X-Ray could have hit a banger of a shot there if he got the double touch off the sidewall. It comes just absolutely screaming in there too. I mean, but hey, it works. So Barons strike first once again, and that's been the pattern this series. As you strike first, you end up winning the game. So can they continue it here? That's a nice pass out mid. X-Ray can't quite handle it. He's a little close. Now Block Belt, his call to action here. Nice little transition off the sidewall. Does at least bump Trish. That gives his teammates a chance to make something happen. Risser across past 2, but Owen, strong hands are back there on defense. Block Belt comes in to really insert himself into the play. I like to see it. He's feeling a little confident now. Trying to go for the flip reset. Block Belt off the backboard. X-Ray's there to put it away, and the Barons, a 2-0 lead. This series might still get spicy.
Block Belt, I love that play off of the side wall. Finds the flip reset. That is a great pass into the midfield. Tough for St. Paul to deal with. Now a minute, 60 seconds left. St. Paul yet to find the back of the net, and Minnetonka's starting to heat up. Block, that's Risser off the ceiling, dropping it down. X-Ray's there, and he slots it bottom right. And Minnetonka, they found back-to-back passes and an open net off of it.
I don't know how Trish did not save that one in the right spot at the right time. Just pixels separating that one from being blocked. And I mean, X-Ray, like another, what is this, a hat trick at this one? Yeah, X-Ray, a hat trick on 6 shots, almost 600 points in this one. And I mean, the Barons, this doesn't look like a team that's playing with a sub. This looks like a team that's confident and wants to really do some damage. There's a chance for a 4th, trying to go top shelf. The follow-up's there, and Rizzer on X-Ray once again. It's another combination there, and a great pass out of the midfield as well. Block Belt, actually, I think it was Rizzer actually there, got that touch. But, I mean, are we going to see a shutout in Game 4? The first goal decided by, or first game decided by more than 1 goal, and it's the Barons doing that? What is this?
Not what I expected at all. The series is completely flipped on its head. St. Paul playing now with some doubt in their minds. Unfortunately, cannot find a clean possession on the ball. They're continued to be challenged. And I mean, even if they find 1, they got to get 3 in pretty much 10 seconds. It probably is not going to happen. And now we're looking at an even series. And St. Paul just owned gold for the 4th. And now it's 5-0.
I mean, yeah, X-Ray is just kind of going for the achievements at this point. See how many goals he can stack up. See what points he can hit. I mean, 730. That's more than the other team combined. Almost not quite doubled, but still more than the rest of the opponents combined. I mean, a really quiet game. And again, I hate to call it individual players, but for Owen, he's got to find a way to be more involved. I don't know if it's just he's been put in awkward situations or he isn't finding himself in great touches. But I mean, they really need to find a way to get back into this one because you're one of your best players. I don't know if we'd quantify Owen as the best. I would say he's probably the best on this team, debatable. Can't have him fall silent like this in such important games. I mean, I'm kind of at a loss for words. Barons are looking really good now.
Racers playing and in chat at the same time. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Block Belt showing up in that game with 3 assists by himself. I mean, Minnetonka's starting to get going. Honestly, St. Paul struggling to deal with the mountain that is forming. This is going to be fairly interesting to see how St. Paul responds in this 5th game. But this is the swing game for a reason. We are going to look at what, of course, we're going to see from St. Paul in this next game. Cabbage, it's got to be better. It's got to be more fluent on offense compared to what they did in this last game. It's like night and day.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, at this point, I mean, call it what you will, but I definitely believe that because we're behind, of course, the series is going to go to 7. So,
Why wouldn't it?
Of course. Or, I mean, at this point, at least we're getting 6. We can guarantee that much. So, Barons, can you continue this absolute boulder of momentum right now? It's 7-1 in the last 2 games on goals, and X-Ray with 6 of those goals for his team. It's going to be a great opportunity. As I say that, the Senators get the opener off the kickoff. Oh, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, St. Paul flipping this game on its head. Get one right off the kickoff, and I mean, it's just it's fairly interesting as to what we're going to see from St. Paul in this game. They're able to get that one back, and it's just, you know, I got a feeling St. Paul is going to bring out, they're going to put an end to this debauchery right now.
Yeah, as Owen almost going to put in an own goal there. Thankfully, Trish able to retreat in time, but it gives an opportunity. That's an absolute banger. Rizzer puts that one top shelf. And Barons, I mean, this is a team that's able to respond right now. And again, nicely done. Upside down, little inverted shot there. You love to see the little spice on top.
Yeah. Good for them to respond and able to even this game up. But yeah, it's, I mean, honestly, we're seeing a more active Minnetonka Cabbage so far. They've been better on offense. They've completely flipped the script from the first game. And St. Paul, I don't know what it is, but they're not finding the challenge wins that they were in the first half of the series. Now, this is where you need to be ice. This is where you have to have the, you know, the strength in your mentality to win. And I think this is going to be, of course, we get shoutcasting. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So yeah, it's got to be a better game from St. Paul. You know, they're tied up right now. We still got plenty of time left in this game 5, but this is the swing game for a reason. We're gonna see a game 6 no matter what. So a little bit of Neo Tokyo action, Cabbage. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, Neo Tokyo, you talk about Japanese game shows, absolute screamers as well as this one off the backboard. X-Ray's going to look to drop that down. He soars over top of it. The Barons not flying high right now. Trish the opposite direction, trying to body again, but can't do anything. Rizzer, he's going to kick this one off the ceiling. It's just floating in the air. Owen's going to go for a little stylish play into his own corner. Blockbelt opens it up. Open net. No one's there. What are they doing? Barons, you got to score that.
Stray will be blocked by Slate Panther defense from St. Paul hanging on, but Demo comes out. Now Trish gonna be removed from the field and all the way down on the other side. 3 players from St. Paul spawn up. They're deleted again. Blockbelt has time and an open shot, but doesn't take it. Bottom right, and Risser just comes in and follows up. And an awkward play for St. Paul to deal with, and they can't do it.
Yeah, and Trish gets caught with the absolute changeup there. Was expecting a slow 1v1 against Blockbelt. Then Risser just comes in and screams that one in the back of the net as well. It's his game to have a great game. And I mean, for the Barons, it's just time after time. Risser out towards mid. X-Ray's there. The wheels are falling off. They're flying into the ditches. Senators, what is going on? Now across 3 games, it is 10-2 in goals. I don't know. St.
Paul completely losing their brakes. Cannot find an ability to slow down this attack. And Blockbelt has been relegated to the 3rd-man role and sitting back and letting Risser and X-Ray just be potent on offense. And I got to imagine how different this series would be if Pink was on the field. I firmly believe this would still be close, but it would be a little bit more in control. But the Barons still are controlling it as much as they should. And St. Paul just do not have an answer at the moment. Can't really get a lot of offensive plays going, and the misses that Minnetonka was coming out were very interesting. And a disconnect, I believe, gonna happen, but I'm pretty sure the game is been played enough to where they have to continue playing it.
Yeah.
As far as the rules state, I would have to look at it, but if he DCs, I believe the game is. I'm not sure. I'll pull up the rules right now.
I believe we can go for the reset from that last moment there, but I mean, I was going to say before this happened for the Barons, it really felt like it was a situation where it was 2.5 minutes for them just to really absolutely dominate the rest of this one. As Slate Panther goes to that shot out mid, awkward for the players here. I think they're just trying to, you know, not squander this opportunity as Owen passes this one off to the sidewall. That one to get kicked downfield now. Owen. He'll rip this one back forward. Slate Panther out towards mid. Rizzer, nice save there. As trying to figure this one out. Slate Panther on the back post. He'll bury it there. And we got to figure this out real quick, as I believe the gonna have to probably run this back once X-Ray gets back in here.
Yeah, and of course, we do of course know the score of the game and the time of the disconnect. So that actually will impact. We will have to resume this of course. Resume this 5th game on a new server and in a different, of course, in a different time. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and have everyone leave the server. We'll restart things on time. But yes, it is still 3-2, and I can take a look at the replay too quickly, friends, if you want.
I believe it was about 2:15. I
believe it was about 2:15. I'll pull it up right now. But yeah, it looking back on things, Cabbage, it's been Minnetonka starting to build momentum and starting to build that giant snowball, and right now St. Paul being pushed down the hill pretty much.
Yeah, and I'll give you a little preview as long as we got a break here. Semifinal number 2 coming up. The Rangers had that strong 4-1 victory over the Rhythm, and then the Lumberjacks also winning their matchup to meet in that semifinal there for the Lumberjacks. It's Forza 40 and Ari, I forget how to say his name.
Ori Arts?
Ori, I think so.
Ori Arts.
And on the other side for the Rangers, it's T-Jack, Jobro the Hobo, and S-Babes, which is at least part of the Savage Boosty Boys. Is that the full crew? I don't quite remember. It is. Okay, that's always a Wolf crew question. I don't know how I don't remember that at this point, but so that's always a fun team to see back together. Of course, some long history for them in MNCS as we work on getting this one back. Of course. That matchup was slated to start at 8 p.m. It'll probably be a little closer to 8:30 at this point, considering the fact that we'll quick have to remake this one and then let the teams finish off this matchup because, of course, only in Game 5 right now, and the Barons looking really strong. I mean, the Senators are really mounting a comeback there, and one of the things that's really tough to deal with, too, is the fact that it's hard to really play around a disconnect like that. You can have the chemistry, you can have the team play, whatever you want to talk about, but it can be really demoralizing to have that game kind of pulled out from beneath you there. There's really not much you can do besides hop back in and say, all right, boys, let's try to keep the momentum going, even though it's been a couple of minutes outside of the server.
Yeah, and the disconnect, I'm just looking back on the timing on the disconnect. I believe St. Paul scored on it as it happened, so the goal will count technically because he wasn't out of the game quite yet. But the disconnect, looking to Cabbage, you were kind of right on the nose to be honest. 2:13 is when the ball entered the net from Trish. So that means, of course, of course, the game will be started from then, but we'll go from we'll have to sit in the lobby, of course, until 2:13, and we will.
We gotta get the match. We gotta get the match.
Yeah, I gotta get the lobby up. Yeah, we gotta.
Well, I'm saying you gotta get that. There's that one. There's the mod where you can set the score and the time, and then just let it rip. That's what we.
Oh
man. Some Bacchus mod. I don't know. Not worth it right now. We'll just have them. We'll have them rip out a 3-2 score line. It's fine. It's fine. Low budget production out here. But
I actually have that plugin, but I don't think I have it on. Unless.
I'll let Stewie handle that one right now. Reminder as well, you see it on screen during this break here. LAN coming up in just exactly a month now, actually. It's July 29th and 30th up in St. Cloud. You're going to want to be there. It's a gorgeous arena up there. I'm excited because, always had some great opportunities to have some nice spots for LAN, but this one potentially might be the nicest venue we've ever been at. I think most people would agree with that one, and so it will be an absolute blast as we're getting the players back in on this one. It looks like X-Ray is connected again, so that's all good news across the board. And of course, a reminder as well, this weekend, plenty of action happening all weekend long. We'll see Challenger tomorrow night with their one of the quarterfinals, both the semifinals, and then the grand final. And then on Saturday for Premier, and Sunday, I think we'll get some prospect action. Unfortunately, I won't be around to be there for it, but Still good to see those players in action a little bit as everybody joins back up here. And we're getting ready to go. Thanks for sticking with us in the interim here, as we will just have to count down.
And we're just going to have them, of course, score that, of course, 2:13 left on the clock. And I of course should have had the plug-in. That's on me, but
Oh,
yeah,
come on, it's all good. More
yeah,
fun this way. It's authentic.
yeah. I got a lot of stuff to do, of course, but yeah, we're gonna let this clock tick away, and St. Paul just gonna score their first two, but Cabbage, yeah, you're talking about other matches. The other semifinal is gonna be a good one. We've got two teams that could be considered the two best in Rising Star right now, despite of course, the Flyers not making it into the top four. But yeah, I like what these guys are doing. They're just getting everything set up. Of course, I'm sorry for the delay, but this is what happens when players disconnect, and this is what happens when they have bad Rocket League invitation. But
I mean, honestly, let's just convert MNCS to a rock paper scissors league. A lot less rules. There's no resets, no disconnects.
we would need an overlay.
Exactly. I'm just kind of brainstorming for season 8. Just coin flips, right?
2:13 is actually when they wait. That's when the goal was scored by, of course, Owen put that shot in, and X-Ray was sitting on the goal line. And now we play the waiting game. The clock won't tick down for that long. They're gonna score. Jeopardy Demon Zeus. I love that. Kevin, you always have the greatest jokes in chat while I'm reading in the game, and I'm not, we're not actually playing, but yeah, they're just gonna sit here and play a little bit of Rocket League while we wait on this score line to come up. But they are gonna set up the goals to go in at 2:13, and I don't know how in the heck they kept the ball in one spot, because it's not rolling right now. You guys can't see it on your screens, but the ball is actually just sitting in one spot, and I have never seen that before in Rocket League.
They actually can see it now. Wolf did cut over. It honestly looks like the stream froze just because nobody's moving, but everyone's just waiting for this one to happen.
That's crazy, actually.
It is, yeah, but X-Ray, hey, nicely done. I mean, you talk about his mechanical skill, you talk about his skill with Rocket League.
Do something off the ceiling. Do something to kill time.
Yeah.
Do
I was
something
gonna say
cool.
Someone's got to go for an exterminator right now. If anyone's listening to stream, go for the extermination. You got about a minute.
You realize,
to
guys, that these stats count towards the points, by the way, right?
Someone's gonna start just ripping shots on net.
Yeah. You realize, guys, like you can like literally, you can get the MNCS record for most demos in a game. You gotta get like 24.
Yeah, it's like it's over 20.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Boosty Boys, I believe it's one of them who holds the record, isn't it? I think it's. I want to say, no, it's not.
Actually, Ledge.
Oh, it's Ledge. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I think the Boosty Boys have the most for most in a season, most in a series, some other crap like that. They seem to have every demo record with the aggressive play style, but. I have about 40 seconds as things have gotten obscene here. We might need to switch off the screen. X-Ray is violating Owen.
Guys, you moved the ball. Keep it in the same spot. It was sitting there perfectly. They're going to time this perfectly, but yeah, this is a family show. Yeah, I had to cut that out. This is a family stream, not a... Dude, they've asked for 2:13 like 300 times. Yes, guys, 2:13. Okay? You're putting the ball in at 2:13. Just have one person do it. Risser or X-Ray, one of the two. Whoever needs the goal. X-Ray has two right now.
I was about to say, really helping out with the numbers. Guys, don't bump them away. Oh, let's go for the own goal.
Great timing. It's right on time.
Oh, and of course, because X-Ray didn't shoot it on net there, he now has 3 goals on 2 shots. His teammates have 0 points. Oh, God.
You gotta love it.
Yeah,
nevertheless,
man, come on. Hey, Barons, if the rest of you two could just show up, that'd be great. I don't know how you spent 2 minutes and 47 seconds in this lobby and not gotten a point. But anyway, we're back in action here. Barons, I gotta say, this is gotta feel really awkward for the players of just kind of farting around in the field for 2.5 minutes, and it's like, oh crap, we actually have to go back to full pace Rocket
Yeah,
League.
we gotta like actually like try now. Like they're like screwing around in the game, and then they realize, oh wait, we gotta like actually play. Like this is for something. Like this is game. We're in game 5 again. We're down 3-2, maybe 4-2. Owen, huge save. Slate Panther goes early to kick away the shot from Minnetonka, but Minnetonka is still holding the 1-goal lead, and that 1 goal from of course off of that touch from Owen when X-Ray disconnected could be a huge for St. Paul's chances, because they were down by 2 before that even happened.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about it too. People talk about how 2-2 series. Oh, it's a best of 3, whatever. Oh, that one's open there. Slay Panther ties us up at 3, like I mentioned. But I was gonna say, it's got to be it's hard to adjust. We talked about it in the break there with just having to try to keep the momentum going for the Senators, I guess for the Barons rather. Actually, they got to try to keep this momentum going. It's got to be really tough because you're expecting, just how do you really adapt to that? And at this point, we saw it take a couple of games to really get into it, and now they've got to revive that here as they find themselves all tied up with a minute left, trying to pass it out mid. Rizzer, he's going to put this one out mid as well. Trish, soft touch off to the corner. X-Ray, a very deep rotation. Block belt. It's a pinch. That one goes sky high. Now Slay Panther far side. X-Ray trying to go over and retrieve that one. 2 players in the corner. This one might get awkward. Trish looking top corner. That one almost dunked home there, but Rizzer comes away with the save and keeps the Barons tied at 3.
And this is scary. Very, very scary for, of course, Minnetonka, because this, we kind of paused the game, Cabbage. We paused their momentum that they had built up. Now they're making mistakes left and right, and St. Paul is starting to capitalize again, and we're back to the first half of the series where the Senators have figured out Minnetonka. Now you got a 1-on-1 with Trish and Risser, but Risser goes early to make that save, and we'll shut them down. X-Ray, long clear downfield, puts Owen in a tough spot, has to make the touch. X-Ray puts it to the backside, but Trish is there. Now this pops up into the midfield. Trish gonna try and kill it, but X-Ray catches it and doesn't get a follow-up touch. And honestly, oh boy, this is scary. Minnetonka in a spot to win it. Block belt top corner. Cabbage. Right now, St. Paul being tested on defense.
Yeah, I honestly thought that was going to be put away. Risser, I think, just couldn't quite get the angle he wanted because he had Trish flat-footed in the center of the net. As X-Ray carries this one back towards his own end. Trish in a really good spot there, but ends up getting bodied off to the side wall. Slay Panther keeping the pressure going as that's back towards his own net. Owen, nice touch. Off into the corner. Block belt now pass out mid. X-Ray's up, but that one kind of helped off into the corner. Now Risser, he'll have a chance for this one. Looking front post as well. Another great save there. No credit given, but it counts nonetheless as X-Ray trying to fight back on this one, but Trish will take the counterattack opportunity. Make it dangerous. Trish putting that one out towards mid. There's the pass, and Slay Panther buries it. So the momentum is stolen out from beneath them, and the Senators take game 5 to have 2 chances to put this series away. But I don't think the Barons will go down quiet.
Maybe we see a game 7, Cabbage. It probably would be, of course, would be quite fun. But yeah, honestly, this could be a series for the ages if Minnetonka can force a 7th game. But yeah, Cabbage, I was not exactly wanting a 7th game, but we're going into the 6th one where St. Paul has the advantage, and St. Paul is probably going to play to that advantage as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, this one is just really interesting because for the Senators, again, I said Owen needed to step up because he felt quiet, but it's Trish and Slay Panther that step up. So it's the players that are quote unquote in the lower half there, the lower part of the team. But I mean, they go 4 for 5. I guess it helps that 2 of those goals came when there's no defenders, yada, yada, yada. But very even stat lines there. And on the other side, X-Ray by himself puts up those 3 goals that don't really count. But I got to look to him. Him and Rizzer have to make it happen. Blockbelt has had some decent opportunities. But for him, it's kind of just hang in there, do what you can to help your team out, and see if the other 2 can make something happen.
So close. So close. Our Minnetonka to forcing a game 7. And I got a feeling, Cabbage, that we're gonna this is gonna be a dogfight. Minnetonka is gonna make this their best game. They have to. St. Paul has to make this their best defensive game. Otherwise, they're gonna look at an onslaught on offense, but so far it's gonna be, you know, St. Paul, this has to be their best game to put the series to bed and get to that grand final, because this would be a monumental win for them to make it, but X-Ray not going to have that shot on target quite yet.
Yeah, as opening up in this one, I guess I don't remember who scored first before that break, but the previous 4 games, the team to score first was the team to win it. And for the Barons as well, that last full, true game was a 5-0 absolutely dominating game, as now Risser tries to put this one away. Wanted the ground pinch there. Would have been enough, I think, but just couldn't get there in time, as now Block Belt. He'll go for the bump instead, give X-Ray an opportunity. Block Belt pass out mid. That one might have been a mistouch there. I think leaving that for your teammate may have been the better option, as now Trish sends this one sky high. Owen up there as well, but that one's swatted away. Back on defense, Barons up for this one. Risser long, booming clear, but Trish has this one handled with ease.
Nobody scores right off the kickoff early. Nobody able to make any, of course, challenge happen quite yet in the midfield, but Slay Panther and Owen trying to find something. They drop it down. It's Slay Panther. There he is, and a miss comes out. And they're able to make that challenge happen, and oh boy, this is going to be, of course, Minnetonka has to turn this around right now. They cannot give up the second one, Cabbage.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, it's been, been a kind of a slow bleed out here for the Barons in this last about 3.5 minutes of action. I guess, now closer to 3 and change, as Owen rips that one top corner. He's got all 4 across the board now. And the Senators, another great play here. Slay Panther, beautiful pass out mid, and actually a little bit of a butt shot there even for Owen. Love to see that as well.
2-0, and there was the important goal, Cabbage, that I just talked about. If Minnetonka is going to win this game and force 7, they have got to clean up the defensive mistakes that St. Paul is capitalizing on. And now, of course, Owen able to make that the 2-goal lead, and they're threatening again off this kickoff pressure. St. Paul winning the kickoffs in this 6th game, Cabbage, and it's paying dividends for them. It's really pushing them to the next level to win this series, and if they're able to put this to bed in under a 7th game thriller, it might help their mentality, and it might not force them into exhaustion quite yet.
Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing to talk about too, is these teams still have another game to play, as Risser puts that one top shelf, cuts that back and sends it up into the back of the net. Nicely done there. Actually, his own pass, really good recovery there. Trish was there on the attempt, and a player trying to demo as well, but nothing. But like I was saying, I mean, these teams, whoever wins this one, still is another best of 7. So I think you mentioned something about the team from the top half of the bracket likely being the favorite. I think that's even more so the case considering how much energy has been spent in this series by either side when it comes down to it.
So far, I really think that St. Paul has to close this game out. They cannot give up the second goal, because it's going to put pressure on their defense right now. That it is, Cabbage. Minnetonka really putting it on, and they're finding touches out of the midfield, but Trish all the way down will get the beat, and that is a huge goal for St. Paul.
Yeah, great response there. There's nothing more you can ask, as Owen and Trish both there. Good comms. You see Owen really in a good spot for it, but leaves it for Trish there. Last defender is beat, and Block Belt. That's a really tough spot. Again, it's just, you can talk about that player being the last one back, but I feel like he's been put in a lot of really tough spots. As another chance here, Trish going to put this one near post. Block Belt comes up big on that one, as Trish puts this one back out to our mids. That one sent towards the ceiling. Now Slay Panther back on defense again. It's him back as the very deep third man. I don't know if this is coordinated or if it just happens to always cut to him.
Just where he is. Oh, Risser! Sorry to cut you off, Cabbage.
No, that's
Risser does not want to let Minnetonka die. will dunk his way through Trish and go over top of Owen, and Minnetonka will not let this go. They just want to force a game 7, but they don't have a lot of time to work with. Black Belt gonna drop it down. Risser tries to find the far side, and St. Paul clinging to a 1-goal lead. They're getting tested early off of that kickoff.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, there too as well. I was going to say, St. Paul, whenever the series ends, big save there by Risser as well. You know, Kazan, you might want to have your boys hit the weight room. They've been, a couple of times, they've been absolutely bodied on the goal line. So, you know, say what you want, but that's a nice shot there. Oh, it's going to be saved, Trish. I don't know if they got bumped into that one or what it was, but there's an opportunity to really make it a 2-goal lead, but instead it's a counterattack. That one out towards mid. Black Belt's there. That one saved. Back post, Slay Panther once again, the always present defender there to take care of business. Black Belt pops this one up. Risser chips it far side. Owen, he'll drop this one out mid, looking for Trish, but the 50. It's well done there. Now back up mid once again. X-Ray, he'll get the touch. Slay Panther trying to help out as well. Put a shot on, but sends it to the corner. Owen, his shot attempt there. Out towards mid, and another save. Risser, that's his 3rd save of the game now, along with 2 goals in this one. He's putting up a huge game 6, trying to get his team back into this one.
20 seconds now, Cabbage. Black Belt trying to drop it down for the shot. X-Ray is there. Is it going to go in? It hits the bar. Risser goes to try and keep the attack up, but he can't keep it going. And so far, it honestly is St. Paul, of course, just trying to hang on, but 2 seconds. They're looking for a grand final spot, and they might have one if the 50 goes down, and it does.
Yeah. Really a tough one there for the Barons as they they play so well. It's such a good attempt there from front to back, but unfortunately just a little bit too much. And it's hard to blame the disconnects. It's hard to blame things like that, but just I wonder how that series would have gone if there wasn't the disconnect in the middle. I mean, the Barons, they were looking so strong back-to-back games where they have dominant performances, but unfortunately, or I guess fortunately if you are a St. Paul fan, the Senators take it there. Another 1-goal game, so I mean, you want to talk about it there. Really good back-and-forth games, and all things considered, that one is a nice series. So the Senators will go on. They were supposed to play at 9, but it'll be a little bit later than that. Instead, we will see the other half of the bracket, which for Rising Star, taking a look at the teams here, I will quickly pop over, and it will be the Lumberjacks and the Hibbing Rangers to see who takes the grand final spot as well. The Lumberjacks number 2, the Rangers number 3, coming into this one to see what they can do. And we'll take a short break. We'll come right back with that semifinal matchup. Don't go anywhere. More MNCS action in just a few. Welcome back, MNCS season number 7, Rising Star play in for major number 2. Some people may ask, who's that Pokemon? We're going to say, who's that caster? We've got a mystery person in the middle there. It's Tibbles joining us actually here. So you're going to have a kind of a Hall of Fame game kind of casting desk, I'll call it. You know, Cabbage, Stewie, and Tibbles. So, you know.
This is like the Avengers, guys.
Oh,
Dude,
there we go.
we're literally, I am Iron Man. Cabbage is Captain America because it's a C and a C, and Tibbles is Thor because he's, of course,
handsome and powerful.
handsome and powerful and has a giant hammer. Not what I meant. Nevertheless, this is the second semifinal, and Lumberjacks Rangers, they both got here. Guys, I'm excited for this series. This one's that I believe we saw in Major number 1. This was the winter final from Major 1. So that went to a game 7, and I'm gotta be honest, they're probably gonna get another game 7.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at these two teams, Lumberjacks coming in as the number 2 team, 8-3 with 71 points. Or excuse me, they're number 3 team, and then Rangers 9-2, 75 points has the number 2 team. It's going to be a great one, all things considered. What do you boys think the result?
Oh, like prediction? I'm gonna say Bemidji in 7.
Wow, that is, you're throwing it out there, Tibbles. You want them to win in 7, and I can see why. Things have been rough though for Bemidji in the second split. They haven't been the same since Major number 1, and honestly, what they need to do is they hit a different gear in that first major, and they need to get back to that. They need to work for the good of Bemidji, and if they're able to do that, they might be able to find it. But pressure already from Hibbing knocking on the door.
Well, it dawns on me neither one of you have read the script. It's obviously Lumberjacks in 5. That's what this one is going to be.
You're not even giving Hibbing 2 games?
No, it's Lumberjacks in 5. That's what the script writers said. They said we're going aggressive with this one. It's going to be kind of a surprising result, but that's what it's going to be as T-Jack goes for this one. Kicked out to the far side. S-Babe's going to try to touch this one down, but Ori up there in time, and another follow-up attempt there. That one's swatted away as well.
And this match is particularly important because it actually decides, whoever loses this is out of Major 2. Whoever wins will secure their place with Burnsville, not Burnsville, that's Challenger, with St. Cloud Flyers into the next, into the LAN, into plans. Or no, sorry, what's happening? Auto qual for LAN. That's what this series is for, so pay attention.
It's one that you definitely got to pay attention to, Tibbles. Yeah, he is correct. If the winner of this match determines who's the second auto qualification is for LAN for Rising Star, and I mean, if you're the Rangers, this is your chance to get revenge. You lost this series last time to Bemidji in Game 7, and this is your chance, Tibbles, to get the return serve. Cabbage, this is your chance to make sure that your name is known, and you're going to play the Senators next. But winner of this does get the Senators in that grand final. They were able to beat the Barons in 6. An unfortunate situation for the Barons all the way around, but T-Jack finally going to get that first.
Yeah, this one's felt really awkward. That pass just kind of, S-Babe is winning a 50, and then Ori just doesn't go for it. I don't really know why, as expect a player of this caliber to go up and get in front of that one, but decides to wait back there and is punished by the speed of T-Jack. And it really just feels like the teams are taking this one really passive. They know what the other one is a bit able to do, and so they don't want to give away those open opportunities. But it is the Lumberjacks to strike first, or excuse me, the Rangers to strike first.
Yeah, and that was a particularly awkward situation. T-Jack will put it across the goal. Jobro there to finish it off, and that is a second goal for Hibbing.
Already, this duo of T-Jack and Jobro, guys, has been just lethal as far as offense goes. They're finding each other more than ever out of the midfield, and it's really creating offensive chances. But Ori off the kickoff trying to answer for the Lumberjacks, but Lumberjacks are their full roster. I don't know what it is, but teams might have figured them out, changing from the first split to the second.
And that one's going to be sent high towards the back where Jobro almost an own goal there off the double tap attempt. That one's kicked off now down to the side. Jobro soft touch there. 40 gets up on top of that one with the save. Now T-Jack out towards mid. Forza soft touch forward. And I honestly think for the Lumberjacks, as much as I hate to say it, just rip some balls downfield. Really make the Rangers have to drop back, at least play one player back, give you some space. Otherwise, you're really going to be stuck back playing that defense and having a tough time getting anything open on the other side.
So far, not many demos from Hibbing. That's a good shot from 40, will be saved away by T-Jack himself. Not many physical plays that I'm seeing from Hibbing. Really, so far, they're just outplaying Bemidji, which is an interesting thing to say, because those demos, that physical play is so integral to that Hibbing play style. Good save from Forza, tries to follow up. Sonny, get it off the backboard. TJ up for this one. 40 will get the 50, and Bemidji do hang on, but guys, their defense is looking shaky at best right now.
Yeah, Hibbing really just applying all the pressure in the world, trying to bowl them over. And really, it's not going to take much, Cabbage. Right now, they're suffering every single blow that Hibbing is giving them, and the physical play is starting to become apparent.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, it's going to be a pretty clean victory here in game one, unless the Lumberjacks have some say in this one late, but I think the Rangers are going to be pretty confident. And something to mention as well, you talk about, we talked about it as well with this team being the Savage Boosty Boys of old. I mean, that chemistry there, it's been around for now, coming up on at least 2 years. That's assuming they just started playing in MNCS. So they're a team that has seen a lot of each other, and it definitely shows on the field. You see the confidence, you see the cohesion, and overall, just a strong game one. They'll take this victory, and actually might make it a 2. No, it's not going to be a 2-1. That one just barely lands in time, and Rangers, a nice start.
Almost one for the road there, but not quite. What I want to highlight is Bemidji. Every time they got near Hibbing's goal, even right at the end there, when they had possession and they lost it, they were heading back the other way. They were, going back to their base to get boost. They just have almost zero pressure. You said it before, Stewie. Hibbing, putting that pressure on them, keeping it in their half. That's why they have 9 shots. And Lumberjacks have a grand total of 4.
Yeah, that's why Jobro is out shooting the Lumberjacks' entire team by himself, Doubles. And honestly, if the Lumberjacks are to win this series, it's got to be better on offense. You have to be more positionally sound. The Rangers exploiting a lot of defensive mistakes that Bemidji came out with, and they just caught him in lackadaisical spots that Bemidji could not deal with. And if you are, of course, Hibbing, you have got to keep this going through game 2, 3, and 4. Bemidji is a team that you cannot take lightly. They're a lot like St. Cloud in that to beat them, it's going to take an entire series, a full, complete series to defeat them. We'll see what we get in game number 2, but I'm looking for a more concerted effort from Bemidji specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, on the side of the Lumberjacks in that one, 40 puts up a huge game, 5 saves there, and I mean, some great heroics, but overall we're going to need a little bit more as the players just barely make it in time. Love to make us a little nervous that we're going to have to recreate the lobby and throw everything behind by a couple more minutes, but they do get in time, and game 2 is underway. Rangers looking to double the lead. Lumberjacks looking to strike back here. My prediction's already in shambles potentially, unless Lumberjacks come out strong.
And quick shot from Jobro. Good save away from Frank. We'll go the other way. Bounce up. Sonny will get that save across to the corner. For Bemidji, I'm really looking at 40. I heard a lot about how, he's a very good player. There he is himself, almost gets that through. He hasn't really had much to say, in goals, in shots on target, in mechanics flying around. I've heard of his potential, but I've yet to see it in that series. He did get a little glimpse of the ball right there, but can't do much with it. Forza. It is Frank on my screen. Ari up for this one. Can't quite get to it. T-Jack will outspeed them, and that's great to see from Hibbing. Sometimes at certain points, they are just outspeeding Bemidji. That's a great sign for them. Good save from Forza there. Jobro, circle around, has some boost to work with. Little over to the corner. Has Frank flick over one? No, it will be tossed up to the ceiling. Sonny up for the dunk. 40 there again, and it's just a lot of, battling in the midfield to try and gain possession.
And 40, you talk about him, the MVP of major number 1, was part of the reason Ori had a great tournament as well. All 3 of them really did. They really came into their own. And 40 was the hero in Game 7 to defeat St. Cloud in the lower final or in the grand final, excuse me. And it really, in this second split, he's been very, very quiet. Ori off the post, going to make that save. And T-Jack testing the defense early. And that's one thing that Hibbing does so well. They put shots on target like that. They're able to find the back of the net every single game they're in.
Yeah, and that one, another one there. Espave's great control off the sidewall there, able to touch that one far post. Jobro, again, just has the faith that Espave's going to put that in a beautiful spot, does so. And Forza, the attempt to get up there in time, but unfortunately that one just a little bit too late off the goal line. And 2 minutes into this one, another strong lead here. Rangers looking good so far. They've looked confident. They looked really solid in this one. And I mean, 3-2 in shots, but a couple of saves to go with it as well. And they're looking to cruise.
It's their touches that stand out for me. They just seem to put them in such a good spot, make them awkward right there. Forza was forced to make a save to the side. 40 had to commit as well just to follow up on that ball, but here he is on the ceiling, pinched down, maybe over to Ori, bottom right corner, and Hibbing cannot get back for it.
There is 40 and Ori. They combine. The Wise find the bottom right corner, and that is what Bemidji does so well, able to find each other at just unreal moments. They're so good at passing the ball, but in this second split, they've been figured out a lot. Teams keying in on that, and you see a lot of the challenges that Hibbing specifically, even St. Cloud when they played Bemidji in either the doubleheader or the final week. St. Cloud keyed in on the defensive plays a lot by just literally challenging the pass first, because they knew Bemidji was going to do it every single time, and Bemidji having to shroud that a little bit more and cloud their own judgment, and that might be their key to victory, but they're going to need more than one goal to do it.
Yeah, and these two teams battling back and forth. That's not a bad shot, but 40's going to be able to put this one into a potentially dangerous opportunity with Jobro. Good counter. Espaves, a little bit of a bounce shot there. Does it have the legs? No, it does not, but potentially the back post follow-up. Another good save. That is the Rangers just staying in it for the moment. Keeping the pressure up as that one popped back there. Forza will send it downfield. 40 shot, nicely done. Beautiful transition in Bemidji, capitalizing on it. Those slight oversteps. You see T-Jack just a little off his mark.
Yeah, T-Jack, that was a great slot by 40, and it almost as if when I said his name and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" he came up and said, "This is what I'm doing. I'm scoring goals for my team." Gets that second one for Bemidji there. I believe they're second of the series. They unfortunately weren't able to get any in that first game. Forza passed one. That's a good touch. A little bit awkward for the rest of the Bemidji defense. They try to figure that out. Jobro there to finish. It is saved away, and Bemidji hold the lead for now.
And one thing that is important for Bemidji, their success in Major 1, it was off of Forza. Really strong on off-ball pressure, able to literally destroy teams by himself. And they're keying in on that. Oregon hit the crossbar and down, but they don't need a goal. They just need to hang on. And a demo, though, from Sonny will not help. He has an open net, but can't get contact on it. And now T-Jack last back has to make some sort of touch. And it's just going to roll in.
Oh, that one's really tough. The swings of Rocket League, the ebbs and flows there. T-Jack trying to get back on that one. The miss on offense. And just unfortunately for the Rangers, it looked good. It looked like a tie game, but sometimes the cards just don't fall your way. And now back by 2. They still got a chance. We saw a pair of goals in decently quick succession in game 1 as now T-Jack rips this one top shelf. Ori, a little bit of an awkward touch, but 40, nice clear out towards the midfield. Espave's going to try to pop this one up. Might go for the carry himself. T-Jack, chance to make it dangerous, but no contact there. And an easy takeaway for Bemidji.
I feel that Hibbing has to be disappointed so far with, some of the chances they've missed, not capitalizing on that one, getting scored on in the process, puts them 2 behind, 20 seconds left. And they have a lot to do and not much time to do it. T-Jack in the corner, 0 boost to work with, already there first. Again off the corner, trying to get back to it again. Blocks that ball. Still, it's just floating in the middle of the field, 6 seconds left. Hipping needs something now, really. They need to score right now. 40 almost putting another one in. Already there to finish and bumped away by T-Jack, but that will be down. Bemidji, they tie up the series.
We've got an even one, Tibbles. We're in for a ride. 1-1.
Oh, yeah.
Best of 7. And it suddenly turns into a war of attrition. Who has got the, you know, the most gas left in the tank, the most proverbial food left in their belly. And for right now, Lumberjacks still kicking, still working through the problems. But Hibbing, yeah, I gotta feel they gotta be disappointed with how many opportunities they had. Again, they outshoot the Lumberjacks, and they don't win the game.
I mean, all things considered, I think it's just a standout performance there by Forza. All 3 players do well, but Forza, that infinite, undefined shooting percentage, actually, 1 goal on no shots. So his team should really take some notes. That's what you love to see. That's what?
That'll get you.
One
goal on 0 shots.
It's just well done. I have to applaud it. So you love to see it. But yeah, Lumberjacks, good bit of defense, and that's the interesting thing too, is the fact that you can tell the Lumberjacks kind of just caught their opponents in transition there, because the 9 saves and only 5 total shots definitely shows you that, you know, they really didn't have that offensive pressure. They didn't have those repeated shots, those follow-ups, those, you know, second chances to really put it away. But they're able to make it work. And I'm not sure how repeatable that success is, but I think if they win this one, they can start to really put the screws down on the Rangers and maybe, you know, open up more into their own style of play.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you said a good bit of defense, because that was absolutely phenomenal from the Bemidji Lumberjacks there. 9 saves, like you said. I was going to point that out as well. But 5 minutes on the clock. We got a new clean slate for this one. Hibbing, this is their chance to take some of the chances they missed maybe last game. Put that through. T-Jack, good aerial on that one. We'll have to wait a little bit. Actually passed one. Ori there is smart and stays on the back line. But 40, he's going to be carrying that by himself. Joe Bro over to Forza. Forza, good touchdown. Can't really follow up on it. T-Jack, a good shot past one. And Ari has been that rock on the defense a couple of times now so far just in this game.
It's hung on, and he really has. He's going to be called into action again, but 40 going to go early for him, give him some sort of break, but you really can't get a break right now for Bemidji. They're stuck in their half. Hibbing pouring it on, trying to find some sort of shot. Ori goes missing. The follow-up's on the post. T-Jack tries to put it back middle, and somehow Bemidji don't concede a goal.
I don't know how that did not go in. Again, the Rangers are going to be kicking themselves right now, because that was an opportunity. Oh, it was just absolutely beautiful. They had an open net, basically. They had a follow-up opportunity. They had everything they would have wanted, but just could not find a way to put it away. And if the Lumberjacks find a way to score first here, that one is going to be killer, as T-Jack fires this one in from downtown. Demo comes out there as S-Babes puts this one up, but Ari, he's up there first. Joe Bro kicks this one back out towards mid, but again, solid defense out of the Lumberjacks, and they keep themselves tied at 0.
Only a shot on target. Ori, I thought it was open. Ori comes out of nowhere yet again to make a save. 40 on the goal line. Joe Bro, a fake from him, and Hibbing finally break through after almost 2 minutes.
They get Ori out of the net, and he has no boost to make another save. Nearly gets back in time, but finally, Tibbles, they break through again, and I mean, eventually they're going to score, right? They're going to put on as much pressure as possible, but Bemidji can't concede this right now. They need to be on offense. They need to be the one putting on the pressure. Maybe they get by with Forza. That's a beautiful play from 40 and Forza. The fake comes out, 40 takes over the shot and goes bottom left.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, you ask for a response, and there you go. That one, a nice little team play there. They combined to put that one away, and S-Babe's in the right spot at the right time, but unfortunately, it's just one of those awkward plays where you can call it a passing play. I'm not sure if you really do call it a passing play, because it was more of kind of like a tee-up there, but hey, you know, the Lumberjacks will take it as they try to tee up another one here. 40 going to kick that one out mid, but can't quite get it there now. T-Jack, he'll have to go for another touch himself. Now a miss as well. Rangers looking a little bit shaky here, but hopefully should be able to stabilize as that one out towards mid, but first handled by T-Jack.
Nice to see Bemidji really hit their stride. They've looked a lot more comfortable on offense. Sunny back for that one. Almost an open net. Will get the clear to the side. 40 holding on to this one, trying to get a middle. It will be easy for Joe Bro to get a save, but does get it out to Ori. Ori, the defensive god, off the wall. Sunny does get that clear out. Bemidji knocking on the door a little bit more and looking for those passes as well. Almost getting 2 pinches with the team. Almost T-Jack over to Jobro. Jobro's just off target and Hibbing almost scoring another one.
Big miss though comes out. T-Jack gets beat by 40. This is huge. Bemidji's on a counterattack. They have a little bit of boost. They have a demo from 40, but the shot not there, and Forza not willing to commit. And now Hibbing gonna rest and finally get some boost again. 40, this is the player you want on the ball if you're a Bemidji Lumberjack fan. This is the person that you want in the situation. His teammate wasn't ready for the pass, but they will retain possession. And now into that corner, the Lumberjacks trying to set up some form of offensive attack, and it would be huge for them if they made it back to a grand final. And if they could win both of the majors, I mean, it's still possible for them. That would be a massive confidence boost going into LAN.
Yeah, and I mean, that one there, once again, it was, I mean, you talk about the prowess of 40. No boost, still dicing up both of those players. Now Ori's going to have a chance. That one just a little too high. Can't sneak it under the crossbar. A chance falls by the wayside, and just about a minute 15 left in this one now. Time to see if someone's got the ice in the veins for crunch time. Ori back on defense once again. That's the spot we've seen him for this series. 40 rips this one downfield. T-Jack back to receive. Jobro's going to take it off instead as S-Babe gets a demo off ball. Now Jobro back the other direction, has that one stolen away. All 3 players there. Ori, I'm not sure if he wanted that double, but it happens nonetheless.
A lot of mechs coming out from Bemidji. They're getting a good look on the ball. What I worry about for them is if the mechanic doesn't work out, the mechanical play, and they just leave it for Hibbing. That's a good save from Sunny on his goal line. If they leave it for Hibbing, Hibbing will absolutely take that, possibly catch them on the transitional play. Cabbage, I think you talked about that earlier, but this one, 30 seconds left, still tied. 1-1 on this one. Forza over to 40. That's blocked. A good 50 there. Or a little patient on this one. Jobro almost there. Sunny, T-Jack, the third one on there. Does get a touch and follow up on it. The defender has a lot of boost to work with. Does get the touch on it. Nobody backs Sunny. It's a weak shot and will be saved away.
Look at how much pressure that causes now. Jobro at 0 nearly. 5 seconds, ball gonna stay up. Sunny will catch it in his corner. The dunk from Forza, though, puts pressure. Now Jobro has to make a touch. Will they let the ball hit the ground? Ori will, and they want to see overtime, and I want to see overtime.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for this one, it's going to be, if the Lumberjacks can take this victory away, it feels like the Rangers threw this one away. They had that open net opportunity early on where they hit both posts. They were able to recover and get a goal eventually, but I mean, so many opportunities. Then that one there at the end, I think there was a handful of nets that just, it felt open or might as well have been open, and they just can't quite find it, as now Forza's going to try to get this one out towards mid. What a pass there if 40 was ready, but how do you read that touch there? Is now Ori. He'll kick this one up to himself, but T-Jack with a clear on the counter now.
40 here on the ball on this one. Might be so-called the best player on that team, but Forza is doing absolute work to get the ball to his teammates. I'm loving the passes coming out from him right now, but what they have to worry about right now is defending against Hibbing. Ori up for this one, air dribble possibility. Sunny, good 50 down. What a flick to get it past. 40 almost with the fake, and Forza has to be forced backwards on this one, just passing a minute on the overtime. 40 fake pass one, Forza over to the middle. Ori not going for that one. That's a smart play. Gets bumped away. Hibbing have a chance here. Sunny still with the ball, holding on to it, trying to get it middle. It won't. G-Jack to take over. Pass one off the backboard. And Ori has a lot of time here to work with. Lots of boost as well. Sunny clear the other side. T-Jack up for this one. 40 will get there first. Over to the other side. T-Jack will collect once again. It is being pinged back and forth with no clear victor just yet.
Nobody wants to give an inch. I love this from both teams. They're willing to throw everything on the table to win this third game. This is really, for me, the momentum shift. Whoever wins this could possibly go into a match point scenario, but Bemidji not willing to give it up. They find an outlet past to Forza, but Sunny already reading the backboard, does not make contact. Now 40 having a chance, but Bemidji just can't get a clear shot. Hibbing has an answer every single time, and Jobro called into action. Now Ori on the follow-up is going to be blocked away by T-Jack. Now a miss will come out, and 40 will collect, but he's immediately challenged, and Hibbing not willing to give Bemidji an inch of time.
Yeah, and a heroic save there. I didn't think that any of those players could have gotten to that one, but a couple of defenders on the side of the Rangers come in on the end, and that's one on the other side. Ori, who else would you find in the back of the net making that save? As this one kicks out towards mid, he's going to take it off towards the sidewall. S-Spaves with the challenge, now out towards mid. T-Jack, he'll send that one downfield, give it back to Forza. Goes up for the air dribble here, off to the sidewall. Jobro touches that one down. It might be a mistake out towards mid, but nice save there once again. T-Jack on the goal line and keep that one. Double misses there. 40, his shot goes out as well. Oh, there's opportunities, but nobody able to find that dagger.
Giving their worst enemy is giving the ball back to Bemidji. Cabbage, you said it before. When they get it clear, they just gave it right back to Forza, and he has another chance to get it by them. But as we cross 3 minutes of overtime on this one, Hibbing trying to find a way through. T-Jack down to Jobro. Good shot on target. Crossbar and down. Even 40 can't make that save.
What a touch from T-Jack on the front half. A beautiful pass to Jobro. Upper 90 and so close for Bemidji to hang on. But the Hibbing Rangers going to finally break through and win game 3. And we didn't quite get to 10 minutes of overtime, but we got to 3. And that's got to be taxing, guys, on the mentality, on how much gas you got left in the tank. Because remember, whoever wins this has to play another match, another best of 7 after this.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at this. It's a very even stat line, all things considered. The Rangers put up 11 shots in this one. The Lumberjacks, they put up 12, and the saves pretty much in line as well. Rangers, 10 saves. Lumberjacks with, that's, I'm going to say, 8 saves in total. I mean, really a high back and forth game. And it tells you, too, that really, you know, there were some opportunities, but the potency just wasn't quite there. These teams taking rather predictable shots, and they're both really right now saying, we're comfortable playing a quantity over quality game if that is what it takes to win this series. And in that one, the Rangers, even with the fewer shots, eventually one falls in.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the adjustment that each team makes now, because I agree absolutely with Stewie. He said before that this could be the pivotal match. You know, one more for the Rangers and they're on match point. So for Bemidji, this is on them now to figure something out, try something different. And, you know, maybe before it was very, very scrappy and neither team wanted to give up any possession or advantage. Now Bemidji has to come back and bring the series back to a tie, because Hibbing is up 2-1 in that best of 7 series. Remember, they have to win 4 to be able to go through and over to the grand final. Early start on this one, possible goal on Hibbing, but it will be saved away.
And a reminder, yes, of course, like Tibble said, this is only the second semifinal. We should be in the grand final right now, but a lot of unfortunate events have happened with technical difficulties, delays, times. Why wouldn't it be an MNCS stream without us being, you know, an hour behind? But, you know, things happen. We work through the issues. We get through the games, and Hibbing has gotten through 3 games, and they're up 2-1, and they're testing Bemidji on defense. And Bemidji, they had a really good game. I really liked how they played in that 3rd game. Hibbing just found the play and are able to put it through. And guys, the major winners are going to be the teams that find those pivotal plays and are able to make them happen and execute.
Yeah, great save there by 40 on the goal line. I was going to talk about, you know, in this one, you got to find, there's 2 players you got to look towards. They were the players who turned this series around in game 2. It was Forza and it was Ori. I mean, Ori did his part in the last one, but we just need a little bit more out of Forza and 40. One of those 2 has to really come up big in this one, as that's a nice pass attempt out towards mid, but again, a little bit too easy to predict. Now Ori, he'll go for the shot here. Nice flick around 2, but unfortunately can't convert past that. Now it's back on defense. 40 soft touch sidewall. Get past 2 defenders on the counter there. Might be dangerous, but a little bit awkward in the corner as all 3 defenders are there. And Ori with the transition.
Big clear out. T-Jack can't quite read that. 40 will get a good 50. Bemidji have a chance to press here. Get a counterattack going. Forza, not a great pass. Ori will have to collect it. Again, 50 the other way. Demo on the back line. T-Jack that will be off target. But give it away to Sunny, and a pass over to the middle. Nobody was there, and Jobro has to make one of the best saves of the series so far. Still no score on that scoreline right there. Jobro downfield will give it away once again for Forza. Forza with boost. Back on the backboard, still in the aerial play. Trying to get past one, he does. Not much boost left to work with. Can he get another touch? He will, and that will just drop in. He doesn't even need anyone else.
Forza answers the call. He answers Cabbage on the cell phone, and you asked for it. You needed somebody to show up on offense, and Bemidji has to have more imagination. They're going to the ground more as this series is going to go on. If you notice, they're playing on a lot more ground plays, and I don't honestly think that's where they excel. They scored a lot of their goals in the air or off of aerial misses that the other team was forced to make in that first major. And ever since then, it seemed like they played on the ground more and possessed the ball, and it hasn't helped them as teams have worn them down with challenges and physicality like that. But if Bemidji is starting to get the outplays like this, we're in for a treat of a series. And a great touch though from Sunny will stop Hibbing from conceding the second goal. But these guys not willing to give an inch to each other. This is classic Rising Star Rocket League.
As a little bit of back and forth. 2 minutes left on this one. Of course, still a 1-goal difference between the two teams, so nothing too dangerous yet. A traded demo there. Now this one kicked out towards mid 40. Bounce shot. That one's going to get through, but S-Babe's there. Back on the goal line. He'll finish off the save there. Now this one drops back out. Nicely done. T-Jack able to get it past another player. As now 40 goes up for this one. It's soft touch down. That one's going to be a bounce shot. Forza, can he be there? No, he can't. Two defenders back behind that one. And for the Rangers right now, it's a bend, don't break. It doesn't matter how awkward this is. It doesn't matter how just clusterful this feels, as long as you survive and keep this close.
Hibbing surviving. That's probably the best way. You know, that's putting it. I don't want to say putting it nicely, but putting it nicely.
Oh.
But what is nice is that clear downfield will not quite go in. Demo 1 Joe Bro from 40 there. Sunny off the corner. Hibbing kind of struggling there on defense for a while. That's a good shot. Will be off target. Joe Bro to collect. Over to Sunny. Still in the air. Shot not on target. Will be just off the post. T-Jack to follow up. Already there once again. Defensive mastermind. 50 seconds left for Hibbing to tie up this game.
This is where you need the defensive mastermind in Ori, but he's out of the play now. Forza has to make that touch. 40 into the corner, 38 seconds for Bemidji to hang on and even up the series. This would be a pivotal game, because if somehow Hibbing is able to pull it out, that would be pivotal for them if they can go on to match point. But a demo from Forza will help their chances, and I love that play from Ori. Slows it down, doesn't overcommit the offensive attack that would have been, and takes the 50, able to slow Hibbing down for now. And Forza with another important touch, trying to save Bemidji in this series. 8 seconds. Cabbage. Will we see an overtime? Likely not, after Ori possesses this ball.
You tried to give him, you tried to give him a little curse there, but I was going to say for Ori, in that one, I don't know how he ended the game with only 2 saves. They're both listed as epic saves, but I honestly feel like there was like 5 or 6 saves. Actually, almost everybody in the lobby ends with 2 saves. Every player except for Jobro with 2 saves in that one. A very even game. I mean, 5 of the 6 players between 200 and 300 points. It's really even top to bottom, and I mean, a 1-0 game, so they are just so close. Hard to split these teams. I mean, this could be a prediction, or this could be a preview of what we see in the LAN Grand Finals, considering, everything that's happened and everything that will happen from here on out. But again, the Lumberjacks respond, and it's a great one at that to level the series at 2 now.
The question for me is, these teams have proved they're very even in terms of skill level. But when one team wins the game, it's usually because one individual stepped up. For this one, it was Forza. He had a great dribble downfield, got it past the last defender. Teammates didn't even have to do anything. It just dropped in. In the last game, I believe it was Sunny who scored an absolute banger in overtime for them to win that game. Now at 2-2, heading into game 5, that individual instinct to score that goal, that's what I'm looking for here, and that's what will make the difference.
I agree. And this is the most important game. This, we talked about important games in the series. This is the most important game in the series. Whoever wins it going on match point, pivotal for Bemidji if they want to make another grand final. But Hibbing not making things easy. And one thing that Hibbing has done really well in this series is test Bemidji on every aspect of the ball. defense challenges. Their entire challenge game has been dominated by the Rangers. And right now the shots on target and Bemidji having to make incredible save after incredible save. Forza can't make contact, and there's Ori again. And Ori has been a rock. Tibbles highlighted it. He's been the premier defender for the Lumberjacks, really chopping down every tree in his path.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you look towards. You look for that one player to step up. But I mean, give some credit to 40 and Forza as well. They've been great supporting casts, great touches, outside, kind of push it to the edges, push it out of the zone to really, keep the defense strong, because those saves only matter so much against solid teams. An initial save needs a follow-up, needs a clear, needs something more to make it impactful. As Ori tries to take that one downfield there, it's going to bounce up towards the backboard. Forza. Soft touch off to the side. S-Babes goes for the low 50 there, but that one should be handled. Might get a little bit awkward out here. Jobro trying to find the angle. Forza nicely done there. The low boost, but able to recover beautifully.
Yeah, Sunny over one. Actually, that's a really good play. Ori, again, gets just the slightest touch over to the side so his teammate can follow up. Forza, chance for him. Off the ceiling. Does get that 50 down. Wins it very convincingly. Over to the corner. Gets their boost as well. Forza been doing a great job of just making them uncomfortable. But 40 almost there for the shot. A miss from Jobro. That could have been very, very, very bad for the Hibbing Rangers, but somehow they come out unscathed.
I think their lucky stars is that was a massive miss. Ori wasn't expecting it. And I feel if he played ball, Tibbles, he would have scored. Now a pinch goes all the way back, right at the Lumberjacks net, and they're forced to play more defense. And now 40 on an island in a 1v1 looking to dunk it through, but Forza goes quick. And now you're putting the worst part of defense onto Ori, but he's able to rise to the task and make that save. And now 40 breaking away, and it's back and forth, guys. Nobody willing to give up a goal. This is as close as it can be. And as I say that, Ori finds the back of the net off of T-Jack's mistake.
Oh. Stu, you gotta start posting your Venmo in the MNCS Discord or something. Just start taking bribes at this point. I mean, that one. Oh, it's too good. But yeah, Ori, nicely done there. I was gonna say for the Rangers, you say okay, they get away with that miss. I think it's honestly due with the breaks that have gone the other direction. I think that's a little bit of karma coming back there. But then another great possession there, and it is the Lumberjacks. They're kicking this one back the opposite direction. Jobro a little bit flustered back there. I was going to say, too, the other thing that I've noticed with the Rangers is a lot of the times they're sending 3 players up and they're getting a little bit too clustered, I would say. I want to see them spread it out a little bit more, as that's a great save on the goal line by T-Jack. Nicely done there, as 40 back on defense now.
What's a little bit surprising to me is that Hibbing looks a little frazzled on defense. I think you said it before, Cabbage. These are very experienced players. They not only have they played with each other, just in this league as well, they know these players. So for them to be, a little bit nervous on their back line, a little bit disorganized, it's interesting to see. But of course, those are the nerves in a semifinal in one of the majors. So for this one, going to be interesting. Again, like I said, they are fighting for a land spot. They don't even have to go through play-ins. They just automatically in land. That's exactly where you want to be. But a minute and a half for Hibbing to come back on this one? No, Ori will just do it himself.
You were expecting this to be a harder goal to deal with, but this is just going to bounce in. And Ori, unfortunate own goal. That's not one that you got to stick in your mind, though. You cannot be thinking about that. It's got to fly over your head. I'm going to be honest. Move on from it. The game's still tied. It's 0-0 again. And for Bemidji, they got to get going on offense again. They were able to find the first, but they got to find the second if they want to win this. And maybe 40's the man to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, back on defense now, trying to see what they can do, see if they can respond, because that's got to be demoralizing. It's really you've been playing solid defense for the last couple of games. There's potential for another one there, but that one stopped as well. Forza's going to be up on the backboard here. He's going to have to go with zero boost to rip this one downfield. He does do that. He'll chase it himself as well. T-Jack, kind of an awkward touch, might have fumbled it there. 40 looking top corner. That one's going to stay out. And oh my, it is tenuous here.
Every time 40 gets the ball in some space, he looks dangerous. They need to shut him down. Every time he gets the ball, he looks like he's about to score and, has some time here. Forza past one, gets demoed for his efforts there. Will fall somewhat harmlessly into the Hibbing corner will be cleared the other way. 40 waiting for this one. Gets it past 1-0 boost to work with. Is not going to be able to do much with that one. Sunny again on the receiving end. In the Bemidji corner. Demo on the back line. This could be bad. Ori to take a shot. Is there one back? It will be, and he will make that save. Maybe to make them into overtime.
Ball still up with 8 seconds. What do the Rangers have on a possible counterattack? 40. That's a poor touch. Forza will be dunked. It's in the midfield. And Ori, the Rock, is back. Will make the touch. Overtime in game 5. And this is your pivotal game. If Bemidji wins on to match point, if Hibbing wins on to match point, and right now 40 is looking more dangerous than ever.
Yeah, and that one, potentially an opportunity.
Ori.
Now, Ori, he'll have a chance for his own here, but that one going to be saved there by T-Jack. Back the opposite direction now. 40's going to rip that one downfield. T-Jack might put that one top shelf. Forza, oh, that's dangerous, but able to get the save. And has to go for this one as well. Another follow-up there. 40 gets on the end of that one and keeps it all tied at 1.
Possession given away to Ori there. Will be a shot on target saved away. T-Jack. Not much boost there. Jobro will have to take over instead. That floats up. That's scary. 40 is there, and Jobro gets an all-important touch to send that through. Will be too high. Follow-up not there. Bemidji this close to winning game 5 and being on match point, but we keep going.
Up the wall now. Forza has 70 boost, wants to wait and get a good touch. Flicks over possibly, I believe, 2 players and gets the dunk on Jobro. Now 40, top left trying to find the shot, can't get it on target. Now Forza trying to keep the pressure up, but Hibbing not willing to break just yet. Sunny's up, tries to get a shot on target, but 40 is there to clear it away. And again, another play from either side where it's a clear downfield, a chance, and one player makes the heroic touch. Maybe it's Forza to win the game. 2 players go. Jobro will be bumped, and Hibbing taking a little bit too patient of plays sometimes, and they're going to get punished one of these times, but Bemidji can't quite find that dagger in this game. Maybe Sunny found it on the demo, but Forza the all-important save to bring us away to another long overtime and more time and more, of course, energy being spent by both of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, on this one as well, it feels like the Lumberjacks have been in possession of most of this game. That one's a beautiful pass. Forza puts it top shelf, and that one ends this one here. Oh, Lumberjacks, great response there, and that one going to be tough for the Rangers to swallow.
Forza has just been the catalyst for them so far in this series. Gets it off the wall, gets it to his teammate on the ceiling. His teammate gets a perfect pass to him, to take the shot. He does, puts it away. That was the clutch factor I was looking for, where Bemidji, maybe they didn't win those games because they couldn't get it through. They couldn't find that final shot and get it through for that victory, but they do here. And it's a very important victory at that. That puts them on match point going into game 6. Rangers will have to win both game 6 and game 7 to take a win from this series.
And this is where you need it the most. This is where you need a performance out of T-Jack and Jobro. They have to be that duo on offense and leave Sunny in the back to play defense. But 40 and Forza have risen to the occasion for they really have become the offensive duo again and are creating offensive plays, but they're barely winning these games. And guys, this could go really either way. We could see a game 7 on our hands. We probably will.
Yeah, and on this one too, I want to talk about the shots. Last game we talked about those high saves, high shots. This one, the shot's pretty favorable in favor of the Lumberjacks. It's 12-8 there, so that's a little bit more of a sizable difference there. That's going to be tough to overcome here, but it's going to be interesting to see what the Rangers can post here because, I'm not trying to brag, but my prediction's looking pretty good right now. We can just let that game 3 slide under the rug, and just say, Bemidji 4-2, we'll say.
Yeah, 4-2. My prediction is still alive as well. Bemidji in game 7. But Hibbing would have to take this game first for that to happen. But we are heading into game 6, and I'm curious to see what can Hibbing do to really disrupt Bemidji, because I felt like they were on the cusp of success, but they just could not find that 1 inch to get past the finish line. Forza starting off on this one again, receives a pass, is off the corner, already there once again, defensive. Not going to be on this side. A double commit on there, Jobro, but the last one back can't make the save, and Hibbing again feel like they've let that one go.
Yeah,
Oh boy, I apologize, Cabbage. I apologize.
Really awkward double commit there. I just wasn't sure what was going on, and somehow it works, I guess.
I had no idea how 40 and was it Ori that was with him? It was two players that went on the side of the Lumberjacks, and they are able to just will the ball through, and for some reason that turns into just a very fortunate 50-50 that works in the favor of the Lumberjacks. Now, like Tibbles was saying, that's got to be one that they are wanting back.
Yeah, and now, I mean, 45 seconds into this one, the Lumberjacks, again, looking strong, but for the Rangers, I think you have the ability to come back in this one. Just need to see a little bit more pressure out of you. You need to see a little bit more consistency on the offensive side. Is this one dangerous opportunity? I mean, this goal lead might liberate the Lumberjacks. They might just play even more aggressive, like you talked about, with Ori. Just leave him back on defense and let the other two go absolutely ham on offense, and it might work.
Yeah, they need something to work at this point, down 1-0. And the other team on match point as well. That's a miss from Forza. Will catch T-Jack off guard. Probably could have gotten there, but did not expect that miss. That's a great pass from T-Jack. Sunny is shot straight at Forza. That's an easy save for him to make. And I feel like if they can just place their shots better, they would be better off for it. All right, flick past Jobro. 1v1 situation once again. And Bemidji, they will score their second of the game.
And it's just, like Tibble said, it's Jobro being challenged right now in two back-to-back 1v1s and not able to make the save, and Hibbing now down 2-0, down of course in the series, and they got to rattle off three straight actually to get to a game 7, but Bemidji pouring it on when they need to the most. This is exactly what you want to see if you're GM Ben Storm, because his team is one game away from another major final and possibly another major win if they can will on defense, if they can hang on, because Hibbing is going to pour it on here. They're going to find some challenges out of the midfield. T-Jack with a lot of time and full boost will find a pass across, and Bemidji just hanging on by a thread, but it's a thread that's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and like I said with the Lumberjacks, I mean, they're a confident team, so you keep playing this boomer ball, and it's going to get easier for them. They're able to handle all of these touches, all of these possessions. 40 could have almost been a breakaway there.
Oh, no.
An awkward touch out towards mid. Thankfully, defender is back. S-Babe's in time, but Forza is going to put that one away. And 3-0 now, halfway through game 6. I don't see a way back in for the Rangers.
Bemidji, their shooting has just improved exponentially. They're looking so much better on the shots. They're putting them away, not giving it the ball away yet again. Hibbing, they are just booming the ball and really hoping that something happens. Bemidji have settled into this very comfortable rotation where they can pass to each other and score more goals. Yes, less than half. 3-0 lead for Bemidji so far. And again, remember, this is for an auto LAN qualification. Whoever wins this doesn't even worry about the play-in bracket. They go straight to LAN. So Bemidji gotta be feeling confident right now, but still 2 minutes left. Hibbing still have a chance on this one. T-Jack off the corner. Jobro there to finish, and this might be their way back in.
All of a sudden, feels that door creaks a little bit closer.
It's opening.
It's opening. Oh boy, the creak might get bigger, but Hibbing not wanting to die just yet. A minute 58. You have got to find a heroic comeback if you're the Rangers. Bemidji, if they were to squander this away, this would be scary for if we went to a game 7 in their mentality. But not just yet. Time ticking away. Hibbing have to find 2 more plays that result in a goal. They found one, but it took an incredible beat out of the midfield, and right now the ball's on their half. That's not what they need. The shot is on target and saved away by T-Jack, who will keep, of course, the Lumberjacks out and at bay for now.
Yeah, and I think the toughest thing here is the fact that the Lumberjacks can just play keep away. They have no need to really push all that offensively, but they might have a chance here. Ori's just going to put a soft shot on net there, let it be saved, but just transition back onto defense. 40 at the midline. He'll go for the 50. He'll win that out. No surprise there. He's got the better positioning and the angle. It's now Forza. He'll just send this one sky high. That one might be questionable, but it'll be sent back in by Jobro. Now he'll go for the follow-up touch. Ori. Soft touch down there, that one off the sidewall. Now Forza, he'll send that one down as well. And under 50 seconds to go now. I think the Lumberjacks have done it here, unless the Rangers really have some magic in these final moments.
This might be a chance here. Still in the Bemidji half. Sunny, a bump from him, 40 as well. Demo there as well. But Forza downfield, it may not matter. They have to recover here. Gets past one. Jobro out, trying to get it through. Still on the wall. Sunny up for this one. Jobro lurking around. T-Jack not up for that one yet. Could be awkward. He does get a touch past one. Blocked again by T-Jack. Jobro there to take a shot, and Ari again gets demoed, but he makes the save right before it happens. T-Jack to follow up. A miss from Forza, and Ori there again. He is always there. 10 seconds for Hibbing. T-Jack up for this one. Sunny there. It's missed. Forza missing as well. 3 seconds left for Hibbing, and Bemidji have done it. They have secured their place in LAN this July 29th and 30th for Season 7 MNCS LAN.
The Bemidji Lumberjacks put up an incredible defensive performance. That was one for the ages for me. That really was the difference. They held on when it mattered most. They made the plays when it mattered most. Ori spawns in and gets back-to-back saves. If you think that Jobro, if he scores that, we're looking at a pressure situation where Bemidji is only up by one again, and we're looking at, I believe, just a pressure cooker for them to hang on, and Hibbing would have the, maybe probably 20, 15 seconds, something like that, to work through something, but this grand final is going to be a good one. Senators Lumberjacks. The Lumberjacks find themselves in back-to-back grand finals in the majors.
Yeah, and I mean, in that one, Forza, I would say probably offensive MVP. Ori is going to be the defensive MVP, both those players. I mean, a full team effort there for the Lumberjacks, and for the Rangers, not a bad series, but it definitely, that back-and-forth nature, it felt like a giant game or a giant night of really so close yet so far, because there were so many opportunities where it felt like they were going to score. It felt like they were going to find a way to put it away, but it just couldn't make it happen. And I mean, the scorelines speak for themselves. It was only, most of the games were, 1-goal games primarily. So that one, overall, still a good showing for them, and they'll have a chance to really put a dent in it when it comes to the play-in.
Yeah, and that's a great win for them, especially coming into LAN. Of course, they did secure that LAN spot, but grand final now for Bemidji. They go up against St. Paul. I think this is a great chance for both teams. Bemidji, of course, they were the winners of Major 1. If they can do that again, that is a strong statement to Rising Star. But St. Paul, they have a point to prove. All the way to grand finals. Maybe weren't expected to get there, but now this is their chance to make it worthwhile.
I agree. This is St. Paul's time to shine. If they're able to win this, it changes of course, their seeding for play-ins up a little bit, but Hibbing going to bow out in that semifinal. They made it all the way there, had a great showing. We have yet to see Game 7 on stream. That was a 4-2. The last two matches. Cabbage not going to join us to the last one, unfortunately. That happens. He can't. We only got him for so long. He costs a lot of money, so of course, very expensive man. But we're going to throw it to a very quick break at the grand final setup. Sorry about the delays, friends. This is what happens when you have internet problems. But of course, we'll see you with the Major 2 grand final coming up in just.
moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Waiting for the flag to fall here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it here now. This is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm
Waiting for the flag to fall here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it here now. This is the moment. Now, waiting for the curtain call. Here, now, this is the moment.
Minneapolis side, but they're able to survive. Now Slip gets the reset off the crossbar, and Slip
Gets the boost, but too late. That could be on though. Absolutely insane.
And he bring this one together. He's on the ball, sends it up high.
Oh, Bishi might have just put it in. What a save! Oh my goodness!
Now, the clock is ticking down. They got to keep this one up. Mexi is going to put him in. Porg is there. And he scores!
Sends it out to 40. Going for the shot. Can he get the support? It's in! What a shot!
We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's jump in tonight. Let me give side to side. We gon' make you lose, all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this, just for one more high. So baby, let's all live tonight. We gon' make you move, from side to side. We gon' make you lose, all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this, just for one more. So baby, let's all live tonight. Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
You've seen me here before, above the mountain tops. With every step I take, I show the world what I got. I feel alive again. I feel like it's a new chance, far from the wasteland. And I've got nowhere to be, so I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Our story never has to end. Eternal, I'm alive again. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I hope a good surprise. I could flip all the time that I borrowed and make another life. You can break my stride. There's a palace in my mind, made of light, and it shows. Yeah. The stars are falling, skies are raining gold. Yeah. Forever I'm free, that's what could be. So I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Our story never has to end. Eternal, I'm alive again. Eternal, I'm alive again. Our story never has to end.
Hey, they screaming, this is my moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. Hey.
Waiting for the flag to fall here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it here now. This is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm
Waiting for the flag to fall. Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
Hello, friends. I can hear myself, of course, because I didn't mute stream, but that happens. I just have to work through it. Finally, I got it muted, but finally, we're looking for this matchup and Major 2 Grand Final. We're not going to waste any sort of time, friends. I got my popcorn. This is going to be a good one. Of course, this popcorn is going to be really good because Tibbles is here with me, and Tibbles, we're of course going to work our way through this grand final, and your Baron's not in it, but Senators and Lumberjacks are in it, and Ori does not want to be playing this game. That happens. That's okay. You got to win a grand final on the major right now, and this is where you need your MVPs to be MVPs.
Yeah, Baron's not in it, unfortunate, but you know, I'm gonna have some popcorn too throughout the series. You know, if you're a viewer, grab a snack. Hopefully for Ori, it won't be too long, but I'm hoping this goes to a Game 7. It absolutely could. 40. Good touch there. Slay Panther will collect in the middle. Good attempt by Owen to try to get back to that one. A miss from there. That'll be a little bit awkward. Slay Panther forced on this one. Result from the 50. A little bit of an awkward touch. 40 back to it. Shot on target. Owen can't get back. St. Paul awkward on defense, but Bemidji strike first.
And St. Paul find themselves in this grand final after winning in that semifinal, and Bemidji able to, of course, wake out of their series in 6 games. And you know, if you're Bemidji, you want to strike early and fast and get this one over with as quick as possible. They're already working their way onto the side of the Senators. Now they're the ones applying the pressure off the backboard. Trish's shot is there, but 40 gonna follow up, and Slay Panther meets him very, very quickly. And excuse me, you know, of course, if you're the Senators, you got to wake up in this series right now because you're being tested, and you had a bit of a break. I will say that, you know, you had time, but honestly, this is where Bemidji needs to solidify themselves as the best team in Rising Star if they win this grand final, and they're looking for it already.
Yeah, Forza putting that one through. We'll just slide it so nicely. Just tucked it under. Fake on Owen. Owen a little bit of a jump. That was all the timing that Forza needed to get that down and get that through. So 2-0 for Bemidji. Yeah, 1 series to separates them from winning both majors and becoming the favorite at LAN, or possibly at LAN to be the best team there. But of course, they have more to prove, and I think St. Paul, it's a little bit of an interesting situation for them. Of course, in semis, they did beat Minnetonka with a sub. So, you know, coming in and facing this full roster Bemidji team, one of the best teams renowned in Rising Star. So it's going to be an interesting time for them. But just under 2 minutes in, St. Paul unable to put a goal into the Bemidji net, But 3 minutes left, 40 on the wall here, 2-0 lead. Down, easy save for Slay Panther. Again, another touch from Bemidji. Slay Panther coming through. Owen there again, off the ceiling. Anybody there to finish? Forza flip backwards to save, and Ori will get it away. He's been consistently performing well on defense all night.
I mean, this is... we just watched probably the best defensive performance of the season from the Lumberjacks, shutting down the Rangers by far. Really the most organized defensive team that we've seen. And they beat a team that's normally known to be one of the better defensive teams in the league. And if you're Bemidji, you got to cling to that and make sure that you are getting, when you get a lead, just hold it. Play for the lead and play for the win in each game. Because St. Paul right now is struggling on their own defensive side, now starting to double commit. And I talked about their ability to be organized with each other. Maybe they get one here. Owen all the way down, or he can't make contact, and finally St. Paul breaks through.
Yeah, St. Paul scoring. That one, a great clear from Trish. Owen there to meet it in the air. Bemidji caught off guard. They have to watch out for that, Stewie. The transitional play from St. Paul can absolutely catch them off guard and make them concede a goal. So this one, they want to be a little bit more careful. Forza, a good 50 from him. 40 speeding up to that one, trying to drop it down off the backboard. It goes. Slay Panther, a good touch there. Trish, flip reset opportunity, won't use it. Trying to get it past Forza. 50 will instead. Still 2-1. Slay Panther off the backboard. Nobody quite there. 40, an air dribble opportunity. Forza hunting for the demo, and he doesn't get it, but it won't matter. 40 will pull it through anyway.
And this team just continues to make play after play on offense. They get a advantageous play. Bemidji getting one-on-ones, two-on-ones, Tibbles. They're winning every single opportunity that they get. They're finding the back of the net, and in a 7-game series, it's going to have to consistently be that. But we're still waiting for St. Paul to wake up. You know, Slay Panther, a player that was impactful this entire tournament for them. And he's got to be the most impactful player on the field if St. Paul is going to win this series. And for right now, St. Paul with some good chances. But again, it's another one-on-one that they're left in.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about Owen as well, coming in as the highest salary on that team. I think he has a lot to offer here, but doing pretty well so far, but could obviously be doing more. Just 1 minute left for St. Paul to find the 2 goals they need to tie up that game. Slay Panther opportunity will be off target. Goes for the demo. Crash the net. Trish won't make it in time. Forza clear out. Still in their corner, could turn on it fast. Slay Panther does. Again, almost getting that bump out. Now they're on defense again. Forza missing that one. And that could have been a great opportunity for Bemidji to really take a hold of this game. This first game 1 in the series. And almost a 4-1 lead for them. Will remain at 3-1. 2-goal lead for them. Forza getting a good touch there. Ori has to make that save, and yet again he does. Owen missed there. Forza downfield, 40 there to meet it. Off the backboard, he will get a touch from Trish over the corner. That was a crucial one there. With just over 20 seconds, St. Paul need to find something now.
Maybe Owen drops it down to Slay Panther. 3 players from Bemidji. No one able to make contact. And it's a 1-goal game with 17 seconds. This could be a turning point for St. Paul if they're able to come back in this first game. But again, Bemidji, it just seems like they're too much of a mountain to overcome. They're too much to deal with. Now St. Paul wins the kickoff. Trish over top of 40, drops it down. Is Owen there? Slay Panther is, but the shot is blocked. And defense reigning supreme. Trish now turning with a shot. 4 seconds. The ball will stay up. Forza gonna drop it to the ground, and the Lumberjacks have found game number 1.
Little bit of a scare for the Bemidji Lumberjacks. Yeah, for them, I mean, you know, they kept it together at the end. They had some solid defense. They got them through. Based on how they were playing, I think they could have done more to maybe solidify that lead. But they still pull through game 1. You know, it can be important. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is. I wouldn't bank, you know, a bet on this. I think the Senators are still very much in this series, but good start for the Lumberjacks.
Yeah, you needed a start like this. You know, Tibbles, you wanted to get on the board early in this series. Make sure that you're, you know, striking games, that you're not getting shut out. But I firmly believe this will not be a shutout. We will see St. Paul win at least 1 game. Lumberjacks already have won their first. So if you're St. Paul, you really gave Bemidji a scare. Do that earlier in the game, and you might come out with an overtime or possibly a win in this second game. But for me, really, the most pivotal games for this grand final are going to be 2, 3, and 4. If Bemidji are able to win the next 3, it's over. If St. Paul is able to, you know, pull through with 2, 3, and 4, they're suddenly up 3-1. But St. Paul need to score more on offense, and they got to be more creative against a defense like Bemidji. We saw what they did in that last series. They're not going to shy away from it again.
That scoreboard from last game, I think, was interesting. St. Paul scoring 2 goals, both of them assisted. on the side of Bemidji. They scored 3 goals, but guess what? They each had a goal, and none of them were assisted. So for St. Paul, that's a good sign for them that they're working together. And, maybe a sign that they need some better defense to not let Bemidji through, by players just by their lonesome. But Trish trying to get this one through. Flick past one, a little bit awkward, but Ari will take over. Good 50 from Slay Panther. Owen coming in to help. Double 50, and it still goes the way of Bemidji. But pass over to Trish. Trish on the ceiling, up for that one. And yet again, cut away. That could have been a great opportunity. But Bemidji, every time St. Paul gets something going, it's like they cut it out. 40, there again, and playing that so smart. Owen will get that through. Slay Panther shot on target, but it's soft and right at them. They need to do better.
Has to be better placed if they're going to score goals. And Major 2 relying on who's going to be hitting the shots, and it's Ori. Once again, the hero in this series, the hero for the night. I mean, on every aspect of defense, now on offense, leading the charge for the Lumberjacks. They really are wanting to win this, and they're showing a lot of resilience doing it. But St. Paul still, they're threatening. They definitely are, but it really is Bemidji exposing them on defense, and Bemidji is just on another level at this point.
Yeah, 40 past one. Forza up for that one. I don't think, doesn't even need him. 40 is doing the mechanical plays, getting through that defense. Forza, that pass, it was off the backboard on that other goal for that first goal for Bemidji. Off the backboard, gets the pinch down to his teammate to take a shot. Ori, we've already talked about him countless times tonight. He's been doing wonders on defense. I don't even know how he does the things he does, but this Bemidji, every single aspect you can think of, they're good at it. And they're showing it here, 2-0, minute and a half into this one against St. Paul, game 2. St. Paul probably have something up their sleeve. Hopefully they do. I really hope they do. But for this one, Forza will be putting on pressure again. St. Paul trying to break out of their half. Not a great touch from Slay Panther. Quick turnaround from Ori. Over to the right side, Forza. Missing on that one. Owen just off the wall. Ori will take instead. Again, another 50. Wins that one so cleanly. Slay Panther had to make that touch or it would have been a sure goal.
Forza now, 2 players go from St. Paul. Ori going to try and keep the pressure up, but now 40. Last back with no boost, and a great pass from Trish, but Slay Panther were not able to get to the shot in time, and St. Paul willing to keep up the pressure, but again, cleared away, and a great pop-up touch from Trish. Flip reset, tries to go into Ori, 50s to the bottom corner, but it is slow and not going to be on target, and Bemidji not even being tested at the moment. Now a great pass, and Ori is there again, and it just seems like Bemidji has an answer every single time. The St. Paul Senators put up a play, they put up a nice pass and a great play, and now they're running into each other, and it's got to be more, you got to be more creative if you're the Senators. Look for physical plays. Look, of course, to create one-on-ones, you got to draw defenders out from the net. Bemidji, such a good team when they have positioning. When they're in front of the ball, like we talked about, they're probably the hardest team to score on when they're back. But when they're out of the play and when you draw them out, they're just like any other team. They can be beaten, but right now they're not really showing a lot of flaws. It really has been flawless gameplay from the Lumberjacks so far in the grand final, Tibbles, and that just is a testament to they've been here before. They know what it takes to win.
Yeah, absolutely. They absolutely do. Of course, the winners of that first major. But Michi, I really think, if you can put a lot of shots on, put a lot of pressure on, some solo plays that catches them off guard. Minnetonka does that. St. Cloud does that. There is a way through, but the offense that you need to get past this Bemidji team, St. Paul, they just haven't shown it yet. That's a good pass over from Trish. Almost finds its way through. Slay Panther doesn't quite get the boost, but does get the touch. Orza, good follow-up on this one. Past another. Owen to make that save. And yeah, 2 players to contend with. Pass over to the middle. Slay Panther will read that one. And Bemidji very, very close to taking a 3rd goal, but St. Paul still in it. Cut out once again. Owen has to make that save. St. Paul trying to get something going. Bemidji there every single time.
And every single touch you see out of the midfield with no boost for St. Paul, it just turns into a giveaway. And that's, you don't want to be giving the ball to Bemidji because they're just as potent on offense as defense. So only 35 seconds for the Senators to find a goal here. and Bemidji continues to get beats out of the midfield and great plays. Another 50 from Slay Panther will give Bemidji an opportunity, but I love that play from Forza. Knows that there's going to be a player on his back, throws it to the corner, kills. I mean, that's 10 seconds more off the clock, and more than likely going to solidify a 2-0 lead for Bemidji, but we know all too well leads are not safe, and Bemidji not going to quite, accept a win just yet, but St. Paul going to have to bring everything in this third game.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't even get one for the road, unfortunately. Was very close to going in. But well, I've never seen that request before.
I haven't either.
But anyway, Bemidji, they are doing very, very well. 4 saves. St. Paul have shots. They're just not very good shots. They're just not getting the plays going. But they have it within them. They absolutely can do it. Owen, 3 shots as well, 2 for the others, but 0 goals. They're just not getting results. They need to be doing more. I think you mentioned before the physical plays. We could absolutely see that happen. When a team such as Bemidji gets into such a good rotation that you can't get them out, you can't get anything through, physical plays are what you need to be doing. The issue that St. Paul now have is how do you balance that with the rotations when you're going against on paper, a better team and not overcommit, not concede more goals, once you're getting that desperate.
I believe this
and it looks like we are going to have a restart real quick.
Likely going to be restarted, unfortunately. Things happen. We had a DC from Trish. Of course, why not set us back even more? We're already farther back than we've ever been, Devils. But I didn't get a chance to show my popcorn. Brock, you took me off of screen too fast. But I made popcorn because this is going to be a good one, friends. Oh, this is really good popcorn. Let's just delay more. Server going back up. Of course, players going to be joining the lobby once again, but
we'll bring popcorn to the stream unless you're going to share with all the viewers. Come on. I want some too.
I think this low-key might be, Ben is right, this might be a record for the latest MNCS stream that we've ever had. I don't think we've ever been live at
Actually,
10:15 before. We're kind of
That is not true. The other weekend, I thought I was streaming on my channel. Apparently, I was streaming on the second channel of MNCS at about 3 a.m. So people were very confused why they got that notification. Sorry about that if I woke anyone up or if they were wondering why I'm streaming on the MNCS channel at 3 a.m. It was a mistake, but as far as mainstream goes for a planned event, absolutely, this is the latest. So we want to get back into it as soon as possible and get this going.
Yeah, lobby back up, and this really, for me, is the do or die game. St. Paul can't win this. Devils were looking at a possible sweep. Honestly, Bemidji just too good right now. It just seems like too much of a mountain to overcome. And honestly, I don't know how Bemidji have pulled this off. They really have completely come out of not really nowhere, but in this second split, it did not look like they were going to be the team to win this. And right now, they're showing why they deserve to be here. And St. Paul, if you are going to win this series, this has got to be your best game. I talked about it in the last series they played. They rose to the occasion. Now they really have to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, for the second split, Bemidji just didn't look like themselves. And I feel like they were benefited from this bracket, as were many of the other teams. Hibbing and Rochester played each other. Bemidji took St. Cloud out in round 1 in the quarterfinals, so they don't even have to worry about those teams anymore. And St. Paul, more of a mid-table team, not really, I personally didn't expect them to be in the grand final, but, here they are. This is their chance. Down 2 games. Game 3 is right now, and this is their chance right now to really get back into the series. I absolutely agree. If they go down in this game, we could have a sweep on our hands, but so far, St. Paul, they're worrying about defending their net. They're not worrying about a possible sweep right now. Forza picking that one up. Will bump Owen. Leaves it for Trish. That's a good hit downfield, but 40 will collect. Again, getting back to that. Those second touches from Bemidji have been absolutely crucial to maintain possession.
There was an open chance, 40, and like you talked about, really, Bemidji, the better team when it comes to first touches. Their touch every single time. Like Forza there, gets demoed for his efforts, but finds 40 on an island who can collect the ball, get boost, and literally just kill more clock. and worry about finding just one goal. But Bemidji do so well, really better than any team, is they rarely do they throw the ball away. They're very good at moving the ball to each other, even when it's a clear downfield or even possessing it like Ori is right now. If you're St. Paul, the only way that you can key in on that is if you can draw Bemidji out and work off of counterattacks. And for right now, it's not going their way. A lot of the challenges, Bemidji is just winning, and the Lumberjacks really showing what it takes to be a championship team. The resilience is there, and I'm trying not to dog on St. Paul too much. They're fighting very, very hard in this series, but they're facing a task that just seems insurmountable at the moment.
Yeah, and these games are still close. It's not like they're getting blown out or anything. You know, a 2-0 scoreline for the series doesn't really tell the whole story, especially if it goes to a 3-0. So St. Paul, you know, past mistakes were made. Yes, you were very close to winning those games, but now you have to cross that threshold. You have to cross the finish line, get that win, get back into the series. They've just over half of this game to go. St. Paul trying to maintain position on this one. They had a good physical play before, didn't quite work out. They've had a few chances so far in this game. Again, not worked out just yet. Slay Panther, not a second touch on that one. Trish downfield. Won't go very far, Stewie. That's, you know, he passed it to the other team, and he stopped it in his tracks.
They didn't gain much ground on that, and as a result, it's St. Paul being required to play defense again. Maybe they find a touch. Owen with the important touch into the corner. St. Paul not willing to give up anything. Trish traps it on the post, but it's not going to get into their net quite yet. St. Paul not willing to give up just yet. They find Owen on the island. He's been dangerous downfield, and maybe that's how you do it on counterattacks. But Forza with the important bump now gives Ori a chance with Slay Panther. Covers it up, and Demo Sporty. That shot going to be off target, though. That one needed to be on. And if you're St. Paul, I feel like if they can get a lead, they can force Bemidji to play offense. And maybe St. Paul can play, you know, Bemidji's game against them. But 40, when he has the ball on his car, one of the tougher players to deal with. And right now, Bemidji keying in on that. They're giving him a lot of one-on-one opportunities. And for right now, St. Paul having to rest and play some defense. And I love the ball movement they're trying to work through. But, I mean, again, St. Paul having to push. They may find the shot here, but Forza has the save to the corner. And if that one would have been on target, that might likely would have been theirs. But they're going to block each other now. And that's a mental check right to the gut if you're the Senators.
I think that was on target as well. I'm pretty sure that was going in. So that is very unfortunate to see. Forza up for that one. We'll miss that. Defender barely gets the save. St. Paul's still in this one. 40 seconds left. 40 past one. They have to be careful now. Fake past another. Owen, that's a soft touch to him. And I'm betting he's thanking his lucky stars on that one, because that was a very scary situation to be in.
Ori, it would have been the final. Ori has to make that save. And yeah, 40 worked his way past both his teammates. And Owen's like, okay, I'm the last one back. I have to save this. And oh, thank God he gave it right to me. Thank God that wasn't upper 90. You know, hard to save. But here's the dunk from Owen. Ori clears it downfield. Are we looking at another overtime in this third game? That would be huge, but Ori doesn't want to see it. Trish gonna keep it up. Will dunk Forza. And overtime in game 3. If St. Paul wins this, they stay alive for now. But if Bemidji wins this, they're on match point and they're on major points.
Overtimes are even worse for the mental. Once you lose an overtime, it's just so deflating for this one. Shot from 40 will be saved away by Trish. St. Paul fighting for their lives right now, not to concede once again. Ari through off the post once again, pings off him again. Miss from Trish. 40 coming through. That's a very uncharacteristic miss from him. That could have been the game 3 right there, match point. Trish dropping down to Owen. Big clear down. 40 there, waiting patiently for that save. Has the ball control as well to make time, create space for his teammates. Forza up again. Double commit, or double touch, excuse me, off the wall. Owen there, just popping it up. Nobody there to follow up from St. Paul. Playing very, very defensively. It could come back to bite them.
Just called into action. Will get across the field and won't get the double touch. 40 though gets a beat out of the midfield now. Last back is Owen, and Forza will end game 3 in overtime. Exactly 60 seconds in. And 40, the important play. Owen left last back. Could not do a thing about it. And Tibbles, we're looking at what Slay Panther just called in chat. A reverse sweep.
A reverse sweep. It may be. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see. But for the Senators, you have it all to prove in this next game 4. You have to come out with a vengeance. And they were just so close so many times. They had shots on target and had a lot of saves as well. They just really need to be clinical about their opportunities. They had a lot of opportunities that maybe, they had them under pressure or they got a demo. But the shot was off target. At the end of the day, the shot was off target. And that's what you need to fix. Senators, Slay Panther said it himself, looking at a reverse sweep situation, need to win 4 games in a row to win this Major 2. Very, very tall task in front of them, and a very, very hard team in front of them as well. But Meiji looking to close it out in game 4.
Bemidji on championship point, 1 game away from winning both majors in season 7. This is the first format, the first time we've ever done this format. Trish, though, wants none of it. And you got to start the reverse sweep somewhere. Able to get one on the board first for St. Paul.
Yeah, and a double commit for Bemidji. They just, rotations awkward. And finally, that shot was off target. It would be probably harder to put it off target than on target. But progress, Stewie. They're making it happen. They're scoring those goals, those open nets, and they got the reward for it. Just about 5 seconds in, they scored that first goal. Now Bemidji on a counterattack chance. Slay Panther again by himself. Pinged off the corner, already there, just popping it up. Forza up for that one, fast, can't get the touch. And Bemidji, they were just lurking in St. Paul's half and putting that pressure on.
Like piranhas surrounding St. Paul's nets. Flip reset from Forza trying to find a shot off of it, but 40 gonna go lose the 50 though to Trish. And I want to see more of that from St. Paul. Be aggressive on Bemidji's plays. Force them to use their boost. Really ego chow them, if you will. Make sure that they don't have any time. And now Owen, last back, has to make an important touch, and we'll find that to the side wall looking for 2. But Ori doesn't go right away, leaves it for Forza. Great communication from the Lumberjacks to not double commit on that. But yeah, St. Paul willing to give it, and they're willing to put up a fight in this 4th game. And Tibbles, honestly, this is where you need the play that determines who wins the series. If it's a sweep from Bemidji, they need to have the heroic play right now. This needs to be either the tying goal or the game winning goal. But if Bemidji wins both of the majors in this season, like I said, the first time we've done this style format, it would be unprecedented for who is your favorite going into LAN. It has to be them at that point. And maybe they catch Owen out all the way downfield. Ori will strike first in game 4 for the Lumberjacks and even the game up.
Yeah, Ori, just big clear downfield. St. Paul caught out. And that goal they scored 5 seconds in from St. Paul, that has been erased. It's back to 1-1, back on even terms. For St. Paul, that's gotta sting. They've been working for that goal all series, really. Just that lead, I should say. But 40, another shot on there. Will be saved away by Owen. Again, another 50. Forza racing back for that one. Does get it faked away. Bump on Trish, it won't matter. Trish again faking from all sides of St. Paul. Just can't get it through. Forza, double touch attempt. It will go through, and he gets that lead back.
And a great shot, a great play from 40, forcing out defenders. Forza, beautiful touch, top upper 90. Will give the Lumberjacks the 1-goal lead, and it's maybe all they need to win another major with 2:51 to go. Off the kickoff, St. Paul trying to play spoiler, but look at the Lumberjacks spread out. They don't need to double commit. They don't need to throw away their challenge. They're going to kill more time off the clock and just sit here and play defense.
Yeah, definitely. And, even if they do win the series, I hesitate to say that they're the favorite coming into LAN, just because some other top teams had subs today, so kind of interesting there. Owen, good shot on target, will be saved away. Trish trying to get in middle once again, but it's too close to the defense, and that's just an open net. If Owen can get back to it, but he won't, and 40 will just put one in basically for free.
And this is getting a little scary. St. Paul knocking, trying to knock on the door, but Bemidji slamming it in their face. And right now, this needs to be St. Paul's best performance of the tournament if they're going to come back. But Bemidji not giving them an inch. And now Ori on the collection, fine to find the backboard. There's Trish to make the save to the sidewall. And right now, Bemidji, they're, honestly, just driving everything home, finding every single overcommit challenge. It really has become, their push to win this series. And honestly, this is the Bemidji Lumberjacks that we saw in the first major. They're looking very, very similar. They're making the plays happen. They're putting everything together, and they got a minute and a half left to hang on. But I understand Paul has something to say about it.
Yeah, they look. Well, I was just gonna say they look very comfortable right now as they're on defense, triple committing on that save. But no, they do make it, and they do make it out of their half as well. Good touch from Owen, trying to get it to the corner. Ori there once again. It does go middle. He lets one pass, and Slay Panther, the miss there. That was crucial. That was a crucial moment, Stewie. He needed to put that on target.
That had to be on. That had to be in the back of the net. You can't squander that away. 100%. Yep. You have got to find that one. But unfortunately,
that fake from 40 right there.
Yeah. 40 has been doing that all series long. He's continued it, and 47 seconds. If Bemidji find another one, Tibbles, this is likely a game, set, match. And St. Paul with a valiant effort, but they looked very good. But again, Bemidji has found the form for Major 1 again, and they're looking like a team to win it all. Owen, though, wants to keep the Senators' hopes alive.
Yeah, and they are still alive. 20 seconds to go. Have a lot of work to do and not enough time to do it. 15 seconds left. Slay Panther, good touch to the corner. Owen will follow up on this one. Has to go off the ceiling. No, will fake one. Or's there to collect. Pinch the other way. Slay Panther to the middle. 40 will take possession. Time counting down for St. Paul here. Has to get one through. And as we hit 1 second, I can confirm maybe we went for the road. Maybe not. But Bemidji Lumberjacks are your Major 2 champions for Rising Star.
They go back to back. They get it done. And if you were going to bet on them, I'm sure you would bet big, because the Lumberjacks, another clinical performance from them. They just continue to impress, and I don't know how they did it. They pulled it out from the ashes, but yeah, we saw an incredible performance from them, able to sweep their way in the grand final. And Tibbles, I wouldn't have wanted it any other way, to be honest. It really was their it really was their major to lose at this point with how they performed in the top half of their bracket, able to win in 7, 6, and then now in 4, and a clean sweep. And St. Paul with a valiant effort, but it just honestly wasn't enough.
Bemidji just looks calm and collected. They just look so calm. St. Paul, it felt like they were increasingly getting more, agitated. They're trying to get stuff to work, trying to force things to happen that maybe weren't meant to happen on that particular play. Bemidji, that whole time, look cool, look confident. They look good going into the LAN. And for them, it's going to be very interesting. St. Paul, I don't think they're one of those teams that can really take it to Bemidji and put them under pressure, because other teams in Rising Star absolutely can do that and have beat that team. But Bemidji winning Major 2, winning Major 1 as well, you can't argue with that. They're a very strong team going to the LAN.
And or just working a couple things on the back end to give you guys an update on, of course, we have to name an MVP. We haven't talked about it really all night, Tibbles. We have to name a major MVP. We've done it for pretty much the entirety of course, of every single major so far in Major 1.
Yeah.
Not Major 2 because we're still working on Major 2, but Major 1 we did it for every single league. We're going to do it again. I think we're all in agreement of this. The performance by the man himself, the defensive performance kept Bemidji in every single game. Your Major 2 MVP. Horizon. But yeah, of course, now you should be able to hear us, friends. Apologize for that. No audio on that screen, unfortunately, but yeah. Congratulations to the man himself, Ori, who has joined us in our VC to I think for a post-game interview. I'm not sure, but
I was here because the audio broke. I wanted to hear what you guys were saying, but I can do an interview if you want.
Yeah, while you're here, might as well.
While you're here, we might as well ask you some questions. How does
right.
it feel to be a double major champion? You know,
I want to go to
be
bed.
the only team to do that this season.
Yeah. No, actually, so the first major was really nice. I think we performed really well. I'm really happy that we won this second major because we were like, it was really like our results after that first major were really questionable, especially for what we just like we reverse swept Flyers and then beat them in the grand finals again, right? And then like that was the first place team, and then we're losing to like 8th place team, 10th place team. We didn't like who was it? It was like it was Barron before they changed the roster. They perfect swept us. We didn't even score a goal. So to go to this major, we beat the Flyers, we beat the Rangers, and then we swept this team. Like it really shows me that like we still have not the potential, that we are still one of, if not the best team in Rising Star. And I feel like whenever shit like gets important, whenever it comes down to like majors and tournaments, is when we actually step up the most. So I do like that about us.
Yeah, so I thought you guys looked very calm and collected, even in the grand final. It looked like just another day in the office, just another series. How were your comms like? How are the emotions going through in that grand final?
So I don't want to sound BM at all, but I'm going to be honest. We hard commed like the first game, and then after that, it was kind of just like we weren't hard calming. We were kind of like we would calm, and then something a little goofy, like someone would whiff, and we kind of just like be talking about it for a minute, or we talked about like land too. I think what's more important is the comms when we were playing in the semifinals against Rangers. Like, they pelted our net hard, but whenever they were, it wasn't like panicky. It wasn't like shit, blah, blah, blah. Like, we weren't like panicking. It was like, I got save, I got it, low boost, I'm back post, I'm sitting in net, bumping, I'm getting bumped open. Like, it was like you could kind of maybe hear it on our voice, some of us panic a little bit, but for the most part, like, we were calling our saves, like, we were confident in, especially, I thought my saves against the Flyers, the Rangers were really good. That, we were playing really, that Ranger series was the big thing, because otherwise we wouldn't have gotten to grand finals in the first place, but we were just really calm and collected, even when we were under a lot of pressure, and I feel like a lot of it just comes down to the fact that we've been here before, and not even that, but I talked to 40 and 4s outside of like games, obviously, and none of us really have like bad nerves. We actually usually play better under pressure. So
awesome. Well, with that semifinal win over the Rangers, you confirmed your auto qual spot at LAN. How does that feel to not even have to go in the play-in bracket?
It feels really good, because if you look at the bracket, obviously we were in a really tough spot. Like, it was Flyers, like our entire upper bracket was just horrendous. Like, it was scary, bro. Like, it was Flyers our first match. Luckily they were playing with a sub, but even then we just barely squeaked by because they were. I told Schlonkers after that, like, even though they were playing with a sub, they were still hitting 3-man passing plays. They were looking like a SSL team sometimes. So props to them for making us go to game 7. Like, I was not expecting that out of them whatsoever. And yeah, it's just like I was crossing my fingers that Rangers would have just dropped out round 1, so that we could get guaranteed second. But it feels really good that we confirmed this, because not only is majors kind of stressful because it's a major, but the fact that we're playing for a LAN qualification, and it's the 2 toughest teams. It was really nice to be able to come out on top of that. Obviously,
I honestly think that you guys played just the most resilient you've ever played. Honestly, the test really is what took over. You're able to rise to the occasion and able to win the series. But I believe Brock is updating, of course, the bracket, and we can look at it. And here is how it transpired. Obviously, the Lumberjacks on the top side of the bracket, winning 4-0 in that grand final. And I firmly believe if we saw the Barons full roster with Pink, we could have seen them in the grand final, and it wouldn't. I don't know if it would have been a sweep. I think it would have been. It would have been a really, really close series. Unfortunate for them, but it's just another cookie crumble.
I'm thanking my lucky stars that happened, because if I had to go to another game 7, we would be here till like 11.
Yeah,
we'd still be playing.
Yeah,
unfortunately, but yeah, that's gonna do it for us. Ori, appreciate your time, appreciate the interview, and hopefully we'll see you on a cast soon.
Yeah. Looking forward.
Congratulations once again on that win.
Yeah, congratulations.
I do have a question though. When you were considering MVP votes, were you looking at 40 and you were like, should we make him MVP twice? Or was it like,
no?
What was the focus on me? Because I wasn't watching the stream when you initially named me, but what was the initial focus on me for?
So for me, it was any time that your team needed a defensive play to happen, you were the last one back. You just got demoed. You had to make a save. You were always there. You were so consistent on that back line. I noticed that, and that really stands out to me. Of course, 40 and Forza both played very, very well, but you stood out for me the most.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Yeah. They were incredible on offense. You were incredible even on offense and opening goals. A lot of first bloods from you. Even the defense is really what pushed me over the edge too. It's like, honestly, just the performance from top to bottom, making sure that your team had every single save in the most important moments is really what happened. But thank you so much, friends, for joining us. It's been one of the longest streams we've done, probably the longest
5 hours
from this season. We've gotten through 5 hours, but thanks for sticking with us through everything, the technical delays and everything. Of course, have Challenger tomorrow. I'm gonna enjoy making even more graphics for that. But Tibbles, appreciate your time. Brock, of course, for running everything on the back end. Mr. Wolf.
Shout out to my teammates for being really good at the game.
Yeah, shout out to the Lumberjacks for winning Major 2, winning both of the majors this season. Good luck to Mr. Wolf tomorrow as he tries to win a major for himself. But we'll see that tomorrow. The Challenger, of course, Major 2 playoff bracket. Hopefully it won't go as long as this if we don't have as many technical delays or other problems of that sort. But we'll see you, friends, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time for more MNCS seasons.